gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hunting.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in Going for Two. I am your host, Beto.
I'm Matthew Dixon.
And we're going to talk anything and everything NFL, American football. And really exciting past week. We had I want to say a great Thursday night game because I don't think any Thursday night game has been that great to begin with. So let's start off with Kansas City and Denver. Kind of a snooze fest, if I might add.
Yeah, the Denver team is just not a team, I would say. It's just a whole lot of talk and a whole lot of talk, no bark, something like that. No bark, no bite, or something like that. But yeah, it's just Russell not being able to be that Russell Wilson that we seen in Seattle. Very lackadaisical. Maybe like he throws the ball and it doesn't get there. There's a lot of pressure on him. Offensive line isn't so good. And honestly, on the other side, Kansas City isn't as explosive as we mentioned last week on that offensive side of the ball. He just really has one target in Travis Kelce.
Yeah, exactly. And I think one of the biggest issues of Kansas City, you mentioned it, is the wide receivers and the lack of like wide receiver talent. Right. I remember Sky Moore coming into this season was like, oh, he's going to be the next big thing because, you know, they drafted him and he was a really good receiver, but we haven't really seen much of it. Patrick Mahomes has been throwing more interceptions than usual. Right. Granted, this was, let's say that the Broncos have a good team, but the defensive side at least can hold their own.
Right.
And, you know, 19 points for the Chiefs is really weird because they only scored one touchdown and the rest were, I believe, just all field goals.
Right.
So they scored, I think it was 4 field goals and a touchdown. And I got them like 19 points. That's still like not the standard the Chiefs have, you know?
Right. Yeah, the Chiefs' explosiveness is taking a dip ever since really like Kelce. I mean, not Kelce. Tyreek Hill, I would say. You don't have that person that could just go 50 yards down the field and score you a big touchdown on a bomb in that regard. Yeah, it's just Travis Kelce, and then you have Kadarius Tooney. Right. He's just a dropper. He just drops the ball consistently. He's not consistent. He's not reliable in that sense when it comes to being a wide receiver. And your only job is to really catch the ball. And you just play like a DB out there. They say DBs don't have hands. That's why they play DB. I feel like that's what he's just being that type of player. He doesn't have hands. You can't throw it his way because he's not trustworthy.
Exactly. And you know, the Chiefs, you know, they still find ways to win because Andy Reid and Mahomes just know what to do. The only like really impressive game was the Bears, but even then, that's not like a win that you should be like, yeah, we played great. I mean, yeah, you played great, but against who?
Right.
You know, and there's not really much competition. Like that's why I've been saying this season hasn't been really a team that's running away with it. Mm-hmm. I don't think anyone's running away with it because even like the division leaders of all the NFL teams, I can easily say I don't see them winning the Super Bowl. Maybe the Lions. I'm not going to say the Lions.
The Lions?
But like at least they have been the most consistent team. I think they've been the most consistent team out of every like division leader, but even then I don't think Jared Goff's going to win them a Super Bowl anytime soon.
Yeah. When it comes to the division leaders, I said this. I really think San Francisco is that team. Really, like all facets of the ball, they're able to just be consistent and also be dominant. They don't. I feel like they're the only team that doesn't need a All-Star or a Pro Bowl quarterback to succeed, because they just have the talent around him to be able to perform at a high level.
Exactly, and obviously, yeah, I do think the Niners are the best team. Or I mean, they're most likely going to make the NFC title game, whether they make the Super Bowl or not. I think that's yet to be seen. But even in the NFC, there's not really a team that's running away with it. I mentioned this earlier that the Eagles. I was mentioning this to you earlier that I think the Eagles are very inconsistent as well. They're winning games; they haven't been defeated, but Jalen Hurts is playing very inconsistent.
Right.
And
Yeah, the Jalen Hurts, he's that guy when he wants to be. I mean, he's that guy. He deserves like a contract in the future. When it comes to Philly, it's not. Yeah, it's very stagnant when it comes to the offense, but also on the defensive side, they're always good. But yeah, it's not explosive as last year. It's not as very consistent. It's just I don't know. Something's missing about that team, and I can't put my finger on it.
I think one of the main things that's missing is because I remember I saw a stat line that said that Jalen Hurts didn't throw a pick until like week 9 or week 8 of last season, and at this point he's thrown like 7 picks by week 6, and it's like, oh, I see why, and that's a big issue that they're turning the ball over a lot. I remember, I believe it was like the Commanders and Eagles game. He turned the ball over at least twice, and that's especially a team against the Commanders, a team that's not really like a world beater, or a team that you would think that could like, keep pace with the Super Bowl contender.
Right.
But they did. And Jalen Hurts, the previous game, not previous game, but yeah, with the Commanders, they can score points, but also that defense is lacking. That defense doesn't have that power that they had last season, because last season they were shutting teams down, and it just looked like the Eagles were just on easy mode last season. But now it's like, oh, the difficulties turned up, and it's really interesting because they kept the same team pretty much, except John Hargrave is with the Niners, but other than that, it's still pretty much the same team from last season.
Yeah, the team, they lost Hargraves, like you said, and they lost the safety that they had traded for it from the Saints. I think his name was C.J. Gardner or C.J. Johnson, something like that. Forgive me about that. But I think one thing that the Philadelphia did improve on, which, like, as a Raider fan, got me mad, is that they got the defensive tackle that the Raiders should have got, was Jalen Carter. He's just a mammoth on that defensive line.
Exactly.
He just wrecks the game, and that's something that I wish the Raiders had somebody. Not to say Max Crosby isn't a game wrecker, but if they had somebody on that same line,
he needs help,
it would be a whole different story for the Raiders.
Because as saying with draft picks, and I when I was watching that, I was like, oh wait, Jalen Carter's available at 7th. I was like, excuse me, hello.
Excuse me, hello.
I was like, it was either that or Christian Gonzalez, because I think the Raiders do need a secondary, and because with a great pass rush, you can hide a bad secondary typically.
Right.
But then I was like, oh, if you have like a decent pass rush, that secondary is going to be great. Not that secondary is going to be great, but you have a great secondary, that pass rush can be a little better. But with the drafting, that didn't happen, of course. Tyree Wilson, every week I hear someone say, this is going to be his week that he gets his first sack. It hasn't happened, and it's funny when people keep saying that. I remember that they kept saying that for Arden Key, and Arden Key got like 3 sacks in 2 years.
Right.
Great player. But I guess with the Eagles, again, they made their draft picks. They've drafted well. They've signed free agents. They didn't really have like a huge free agent signing besides DeAndre Swift. But no, I think the Eagles they have to find their footing again, because I think with last season, I think it was like a bit of a surprise that they went that far, because I didn't think anyone thought that the Eagles were gonna not win the Super Bowl, but win the NFC title,
Right.
and make the Super Bowl, and be a couple plays away from winning the Super Bowl again within 4 years. Was it 4 years or 5 years, actually?
5 years.
Yeah, because they won it in 2017. So I think they weren't ready for that, because in 2021, against like mid-season of that season, the Eagles were like ready to blow it up. They were ready to fire Nick Sirianni. They were ready to get rid of Jalen Hurts. They were just had enough, and they went 9-8, made the playoffs, and got smoked by the Bucks. Just got destroyed.
That was also against a team that won the Super Bowl that year.
Yeah.
So it's like What can you do in that
at-
situation?
You know, at least you were there in the playoffs and you weren't expected to make it that far.
Right.
But yeah, it's the thing. I think the Eagles still need to find their footing as a team. I mean, it's great that they haven't been defeated because at least you can say, oh, we're still winning games.
Right.
But I do think if they would have faced the Niners right now in the NFC title, I don't think they win that game. I think the Niners get the better of them.
Yeah. That was the talk last NFC Championship. They're like, oh, Brock Purdy got hurt. If Brock Purdy was healthy, maybe they would have got him. And yeah, it was just like a whole lot of like, oh yeah, San Francisco dealt with injuries. That's why Philadelphia won. And it's like, okay, I get that, but Philadelphia did deserve in their own right to be in that situation and to improve to the Super Bowl. It's just, yeah, injuries are part of the game. So like, I don't like the idea of like, oh, you only won because injuries, and like you don't deserve your spot. Like, I think that's very
Exactly, like
disrespectful a little bit.
injuries are a part of the sport,
Right.
of just any sport in general, not just like football, but like basketball, soccer, baseball, hockey, whatever sport you're thinking about. Injuries are part of the game. Everybody always gets injured. Granted, sometimes when your star player is hurt,
Right.
that
could
would
affect
that
the
would
game.
affect
Right.
the entire team, the Jets. per se.
Right.
But like even then, like I don't think the players in the locker room make that excuse that
Mhm.
fans do. Granted, I mean, we should make a segment the excuses fans make for their
Yeah.
teams.
Okay, yeah.
I could be here for like 3 hours.
in 3 hours.
all day at this point. But no, I do agree with that. Regardless, the Niners still had a great defense that year.
Mhm.
They still had their offensive weapons. Brock Purdy was not meant to do much, and he did.
Right.
So, again, it wasn't if the Niners wanted to win that game, they would have won that game.
Right.
And same with the Eagles. If the Eagles wanted to win that Super Bowl, they would have won it, but
Right.
they didn't.
Right.
And-
It was like, yeah, just a lot of excuse of, oh, they were holding. Yeah. yeah, I
Yeah,
believe that too. But
Teams
like,
hold,
but like, you had opportunities in that game ahead of
win it.
time to put them away or to overtake them, and it's like you didn't make the necessary plays, and Kansas City Chiefs did.
Yeah, and then I guess moving on to the next team that's in New Orleans, the Saints that just destroyed the New England Patriots 34-0. And I don't think it's more of the Saints headline,
good.
but it's more of just the Patriots are garbage.
Patriots, I've been saying this. The Patriots have been on fraud alert. Bill Belichick specifically has been on fraud alert ever since Tom Brady left. And I don't understand. It's just Bill Belichick. He's a good coach, but like he gets carried by Tom Brady, and then a lot of people, I think, discredit Tom Brady and put more on Bill Belichick. But I think over the years, it's shown is Tom Brady was able to win a championship
Mm-hmm.
with a different squad, and Bill Belichick barely got into the playoffs one time out of the years that he was without Tom Brady. So on top of that, it's like Mac Jones, his Tom Brady's quote unquote replacement, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
is
Not good.
okay.
Not-
Yeah,
not-
he's
not
just
good.
he's
He's not-
okay.
he's
He's
great.
just there. I feel like he's just like that transitional quarterback for their future quarterback, whoever that's going to be, because Mac Jones, I think there's a lot of excuses for him. It's like, oh, he doesn't have weapons, but I feel like you don't give that same excuse for Lamar Jackson. You say, oh, he's a running quarterback, or he can't throw the ball, but like for Mac Jones, you create this excuse of he doesn't have weapons. Even if he doesn't have weapons, a good quarterback makes his receivers better.
Exactly.
And Mac Jones isn't the quarterback to make his receivers better. And there's been a lot of character issues when it comes to Mac Jones. Is his heart in it? Is he too arrogant for his own good? But it's just, like this whole thing about Mac Jones is not hitting for New England.
Yeah, I mean, and I think one of the things is that one of the reasons why Bill Belichick is going to be there or may be there for a while is because, well, he won 6 Super Bowls in 20 years. I think, if you do that, especially with the New England Patriots team that had never really any history of winning anything, and now you give him 6 Super Bowls, yeah, he can pretty much hold the organization at will.
Mhm.
You know, because
Literally.
you know, I won 6 Super Bowls. What did you do?
Right.
You know, I won the Super Bowls before you were here, Robert Kraft. Like, I can do whatever I want. But and then I do say this when people are like, "Oh, the Patriots suck," but like that was gonna happen. You know, you look at the dynasties of any team. Let's look at the Niners. That you know, that West Coast offense.
Right.
What was that coach at the time?
Bill Walsh.
Bill Walsh, Joe Montana. You know, Steve Young, Jerry Rice, all those guys. What happened after they won that last Super Bowl? They were
downhill spiral.
They were mediocre. They were average, but that happens because if you had such a great run, anything else is going to be terrible.
Right.
Like the Cowboys in the 90s. After that, they've won few playoff games. They won maybe here 1 or 2 like every 6 years, but like it's the idea that you won 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. Like you already did something that most teams can never do. So of course, everything after that is going to be mediocre and just going to be average.
Yeah, it's the idea of like New England is like the whole fan base is impatient because like they have this. I feel like they have this like elitist mindset of like because they've been on top for 20 years and they expect greatness, and like for you to not experience greatness, it's like okay, now you come back to reality. Like every other team in the NFL has to deal with this. Now you have to deal with it. Like it's all right. Like team after team has to deal with it. Now you deal with it. Just go through the motions and you'll be okay. Like it's not that serious.
Exactly, and with that being said, I think with New England, I think they gotta have to go through like maybe 6 years of just dark times because that's just the natural like progression of things when it comes to teams. You know, the dynasty's over. Okay, now what you built from the dynasty, you had your time in the sun. Now you gotta like rebuild it again.
Yeah, it's time to rebuild.
I think the Patriots should just blow it up at this point. At the end of the season because I believe they're what 1-4.
1-4. Yep.
Could be 1-5 against the Raiders, which I still want
Hopefully,
Caleb Williams.
fingers crossed.
I still want Caleb Williams, but point is, it's if you go to like 1-8, I really do think you got to look at Bill Belichick and be like, what is going on? Because you haven't been 1-8 in a long time, ever. I don't think. So you really do have to look at that like, okay,
sign with the Jets maybe.
Sign with the Jets. Gives a revenge tour, I guess, or I don't know how you call that because he didn't like resign, but no, I think there is a lot more questions with New England this season because last season I think was it in 2021 they made the playoffs. In 2022 they were like very average. I think they won like 7-10. But I think this season is gonna really highlight. Yeah, Tom Brady was the dynasty. That he was the Patriot way. The idea of like, the Patriot way. It's Tom Brady.
Right.
That was him.
Exactly. Tom Brady was the guy, and then Bill Belichick and everybody else was just like, Bill Belichick was a big part of it, of course, because like Tom Brady had to learn from somebody, but like he carried a lot of the weight that the organization like they just put a lot on his plate, and put a lot on his plate.
Yeah, and then New England fans, you're gonna have to deal with some tough times. We've been dealing with this tough times
for like 20 plus years.
20 plus years, but again with the next matchup, I guess this past week was the Jacksonville Jaguars against the Buffalo Bills in London again. And I'm gonna have a hot take or cold take, however you like to spin this. I think the Bills are not gonna win a Super Bowl this year, and I don't think they're gonna win a Super Bowl for a while.
I don't ever think. Maybe 2 years ago that I thought the Buffalo Bills were gonna win the Super Bowl, but like ever since the year after they lost to Kansas City in the conference championship, and they lost in the second round against Bengals. Yeah, this was this past season. Ever since that year or that game, I was just like, Buffalo are always gonna be a good team. It's just I don't think they have the facilities to be able to compete with Kansas City or as I thought before this year started, the Bengals. It's just that I don't think they have that juice. You know what I mean? Like you still have Von Miller out. You don't have you don't have that guy on that defensive line. I know you have Ed Oliver, which is amazing, but just Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, like they're a good duo. It's just I don't think they're just a playoff team that could get out the first round and maybe compete for that second round spot. But like I don't think they don't have the juice to get to the Super Bowl. No.
No, they don't. And to me, what kind of solidify this? I don't think they're gonna make. I don't think they're gonna win a Super Bowl this year or next year. I wouldn't say ever. I wouldn't say because Josh Allen's still young. Maybe like within 6 years or 7 years, it's like, oh, he finally got it when he's about to retire.
Right.
But I don't think they're gonna do it anytime soon. Within the next 4 years, I think McDermott is gonna get fired before. Because maybe fired. That's my hot take, obviously. I wouldn't say fired, but I definitely do think if you have 3 years gone and you have no Super Bowl, I think you definitely have to look at some questions about why haven't we won a Super Bowl with Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs and the great defense that we have. Because at the end of the day, even with because you do have to look at the coaches, like why are you guys not winning the Super Bowl when we have this talent, I wouldn't say fired, but I feel like this season, you have to make the AFC title game, no questions asked.
Fair
and then
enough.
next season, and if you don't win the Super Bowl again, I think next season by the playoffs time, you should really look at McDermott again and be like, okay, why haven't you made it to the Super Bowl at least? At least why haven't you made it to the game?
Right. Yeah. AFC Championship is definitely the lowest you could go because you can't be losing in the second round again. You lose in the second round again, people need to get traded, need to go, need to start over.
Something needs to happen.
Something big needs to happen in that franchise for it to work. You know what I'm saying? Because things haven't been working to your favor.
So then moving on with Baltimore versus Pittsburgh. Earlier we were mentioning just how Mike Tomlin finds ways to win, especially teams that are like. I wouldn't say the Ravens are world beaters this year.
Right.
But I would say the Ravens are technically a better talented roster. Right. At least on offensive side. I wouldn't say defensive side. I think the Steelers do have the better defensive players. But offensively, I feel like, they usually should have beaten them. But they didn't. 10-17. And it was like 10-3 at one point. And then the Steelers made a comeback. But even that's a really interesting division, the AFC North, because there's not a team right now that seems like they're just taking it. Like the Bengals by default because they've won the division twice in a row at this point. But even then, they've struggled, with Burrow's injury.
2 wins, right?
They have 2 wins. They've struggled with Burrow's injuries. Joe Mixon hasn't gotten over 100 yards yet. The Ravens, Lamar Jackson struggled a bit, especially this past game.
Doesn't have OBJ.
No.
Still injured.
The Browns, I think the Browns are a dumpster fire at this point.
Yeah.
Because they just
Deshaun Watson's also hurt, too.
They gave all that money to Deshaun, and he has only won a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
This season, he's only really won a game, where I think last season he won 2. 3 games for all that money, and is
all guaranteed, too.
Yeah, and then the Steelers, Kenny Pickett's not it.
I've been saying this.
He's not a good quarterback.
I've been saying this.
And then everyone, when it was the Raiders or Steelers, I'm like, oh, Kenny Pickett's back. I'm like, no, the Raiders secondary is terrible.
It's just that bad. It's just that bad.
So of course he's gonna get an 80-yard bomb to George Pickens, you know. But I don't think Pickett is a very good quarterback.
Mike Tomlin doesn't have a losing season. And to have these mediocre teams or mediocre, I would say, talent on these teams, and to be able to win not 8 games or more every year is so amazing to me. And he's always a top 5 quarterback in my book, coach in my book, in that regard. And Baltimore, when it comes to being hyped, they always get hyped because Lamar Jackson. But they always fall short in some regards because it's they don't have this piece or they don't have that piece. And it's just they don't put it together in that regard. Kenny Pickett, I've always said this about Kenny Pickett, or at least past couple weeks. He only throws one wide receiver, and George Pickens is his guy always. And he's just an average quarterback. He shouldn't have been a first-round draft pick, man. Like, there wasn't one quarterback in that draft class that was better than the other.
Yeah, because that was the draft class of Malik Willis.
Kenny
Pickett,
Matt
Matt
Corral. Yeah, like I just don't. Yeah, he just wasn't a first round pick in my book, and like they
No.
always hyped him up to be. I was just like, nah, like he could have fell to the second round, and you still could have got him for less.
Yeah, because I feel like no teams are really desperate enough. Because I don't think anyone traded up that year for a quarterback.
No, he just fell there.
Yeah, he just fell, and they're like, oh, we should get him.
Yeah,
But regardless, Pittsburgh, the AFC North is a really is a toss up at this
close.
point, and I still take the Bengals just because they're the
Okay.
Super Bowl contenders. They're the playoff contenders. So I
Division
think
champs.
losing champs, I guess.
Yes.
Then moving on to the Dallas Cowboys and the San Francisco 49ers, which wasn't much of a
Cowgirls?
contest.
Yeah, it's supposed to be Dallas Cowboys year. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh,
the
I
Cowboys,
thought it was like last year.
yeah, or it might have been the year prior.
No, it was 2019. That was the
2019. No. 2015.
2015
with like Tony Romo.
key. Yeah.
Right.
Wasn't a catch.
Yeah, Dallas Cowboys every year is they get all the hype in the
Media.
in the off season too.
Yeah.
Just like, oh yeah, it's gonna be their year.
And
Dak
then-
Prescott is that guy.
Yeah.
McCarthy is that guy.
I mean,
This and that and the other. It's just like,
Never
and
been
then
that guy.
every year it's either they're good throughout the regular season, they win 13 games, and then they just fall flat on their face in the postseason, or they just have a couple good weeks like they did this year. They started 2-0,
No, the first game was a 48-0 to the Giants.
48-0,
And
right?
everyone was all like, "Oh, this team's different." And
Right.
then, like 3
They're
weeks
gonna-
later, they lose to the Cardinals.
And it's like same old Dallas Cowboys.
Exactly.
Same old Dallas Cowboys.
But yeah, I think I want to say the biggest story here, but like Dak's not it.
No,
He's not, because like, at a certain point, I wouldn't say the game was like close, but in the beginning, how do you only score 10 points for the entire game, and you're one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the league?
Right, and you're just dinking and dunking.
Exactly.
You're not throwing the ball down the field. Maybe that could be blamed on the play calling, but yeah, you just one dimensional on the offense. Run game ain't moving. Maybe it's because the opponent you're playing is San Francisco this week, but you're supposed to be competing with them. You're
Yeah.
supposed to be these Super Bowl contenders, and you can't compete against
The
another
Super Bowl contender. Yeah.
Super Bowl contender, right? So it's just like you're dropping the ball every year. Something needs to change. I don't know. Something with Jerry Jones. I feel like Jerry Jones is because he's like the owner and the general manager, right?
Yeah.
So it's like,
It's Jerry World.
yeah, Jerry Jones. I feel like he needs to be able to release some reins and let a different person manage this team.
Exactly.
Have some new ideas because I feel like he has a bunch of because it's a family organization because he has his son there and stuff like that. It's just like a bunch of yes men, in my opinion.
I mean, Jason Garrett was the yes man for
Right.
the
Because he
Cowboys
was the
for a
backup
while.
quarterback to Troy Aikman,
Uh-huh.
and then he becomes the head coach. And for years, they've been bad, and they kept him because he was the backup quarterback for them or something like that. It's just like a bunch of yes men in that organization, and I don't feel like they're not going to get anywhere without Jerry Jones being able to release some control.
Exactly.
Simple as
Right.
that.
And then obviously with the Niners, we know who they are.
Yeah,
But
we
anyway,
talked about them enough.
to wrap this up just with the Raiders and Packers, I'm not really impressed. I'm not impressed with the Raiders.
No.
Everyone, there's a lot of fans saying, "Oh, we're back. We have this like easy winning streak."
Still got a
next week."
chance.
No, because the Raiders have won 2 games, and both of those games they've only scored 17 points with
Right.
your
He hasn't
offensive
scored
guru
20
coach.
points this whole year.
And I am still very adamant about getting Caleb Williams. I'm not gonna say the T word because I know my fans might get annoyed, but I'm not very impressed with this team because you signed Jimmy G, you have Devontae Adams, you have the highest payroll on offense, one of the highest payrolls on offense. Granted, your defense is just you don't invest money in your defense. I can't really blame Patrick Graham because what talent did you give him?
Right.
And Patrick Graham's been coaching really well because 13 points,
Yeah.
24 points to the Chargers.
That defense was the bright spot of this
This
Green Bay
week.
game.
It's 3
Yeah.
picks from Robert Spillane, and I thought he would not get 2 picks or a pick in general. So they got 3 picks, and I was impressed with that. But the thing is, if I'm the Raiders moving forward, I would, obviously you got to get a quarterback. Jimmy G ain't it. Aiden O'Connell ain't it. He's 24. He's going to be 28 when you re-sign him. That's not ideal.
I feel that. I feel like the Raiders, in this game specifically, the play calling, again, Josh McDaniels, it's just like, it's simple things of like, should I run it here? Should I throw it here? And like the end of I think it was the end of the half, and they had opportunity to go for it, and you either go for it or you're just too scared to pull that trigger. Or sometimes I think it was like the first or second drive where they scored a touchdown and he went for it on 4th down a couple times. I was like, okay, it was great play calling. But there was other times just like, all right, what should I do here? Like, it was just a lot of questions, and I feel like when it comes to the play calling, it shouldn't be that hard. Just keep it simple. The run game was actually moving, and I feel like you need to run the ball a couple more times and then throw it one time and then run it. You know what I'm saying? It's just like with Josh McDaniels, it's never
very
easy.
inconsistent. It's very inconsistent, and it's very frustrating because there are multiple games where there was just multiple times in this game where I felt like, oh, they could put their foot down their throats.
Mm-hmm.
The second time they scored a point, which was the field goal, I was like, why didn't you score 7?
Right.
Because if you scored 7, you basically, take control of that game, and it's a blowout at that point.
Right.
But they didn't, and this is the offensive guru. Supposedly, and again, I'm not very impressed. Raider fans, if you think you're impressed by this, I'm not. I mean, yeah, this is the first time they've beaten the Packers in like 20 years or 30 years.
80 since 1987.
Yeah, like 30 plus years,
That's
which
crazy.
Good, but like I'm not impressed.
Right.
Yeah.
On the other end, I feel like Green Bay, Jordan Love, he's okay.
I think they still need to find their footing.
Yeah.
Because I think let's be honest, they're in a rebuild. Like, they're rebuilding their roster.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers being gone is, obviously there's going to be down. The quarterback play is not going to be up to par as what Aaron Rodgers, because Aaron Rodgers is a Hall of Famer.
Right.
So, again, like I mentioned with the Patriots, they're going to have a rough patch.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Jordan Love.
Yeah, I
cool.
think Jordan Love is good. The coaching, I think Matt LaFleur is a very good coach. So I think they'll be okay. It's just he just got to play a little better. His decision making, there was a interception he threw in the end zone to Mika Robinson. And it was just like he was scrambling out and he threw it on the run, but it was just bad. Like, he should have either tossed it away, lived another down, but he just, like, he was rushing it and felt under pressure. Like, I don't know. I feel like sometimes he feels like he needs to do things now, and he gets himself in trouble like that.
Exactly. So anyway, that wraps us up for our first half of the show. We'll be back within 5 minutes. I am Beto, your host, and this is
Going for Two.
This is Going for Two, and that's Matthew as well. So we will be right back.
Yep.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't lead trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't lead trying to find out the answers. We We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when they send the payment to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going for two, so we have I was gonna say we have a 2-minute warning drill. I should say that when we go to break, 2-minute warning drill. But no, we got back to the second half, so let's make our second half adjustments and let's win this game. Well, I mean, there's nothing to win here. Just let's make it through.
Yeah.
But yeah, you said you had a story or something you wanted to mention.
Yeah. So we have Rodney Harrison. He's an NBC football analysis. He'd be on Sunday Night Football with his football knowledge and stuff like that. He back when the New York Jets were playing Kansas City Chiefs, Kansas City won that game, but Zach Wilson played very well in that game. And at the end of the game, Chris Jones came on and he was praising Zach Wilson, calling him a very special quarterback. And Rodney Harrison intercutted his statement and called him a garbage quarterback. And what my stance is on that is just like, I don't think media personnel in the status of like Rodney Harrison should say that directly. Like, if you don't like the player or you don't think he plays very well, I think there's definitely better ways to say that in that situation. You could be like, oh, Zach Wilson doesn't perform to the highest ability every week, but today he performed very well and played above expectation. I feel like that was a better way to say it, but coming out and just calling someone garbage on air when you're supposed to be an unbiased reporter or in that regard was very demeaning and disrespectful. There's definitely different ways to come at it at somebody if you don't like the way they play.
Absolutely. I do think a lot of the times the media heads, the talking heads always go a little too far or try to like make these like hot takes, and obviously I feel like a lot of the times it is for like views, because when you hear like Rodney Harrison say, oh, he's garbage, like, are you gonna click on that?
Right.
For sure. But no, yeah, it's the idea of it, like, I understand he's a former player, played for the Patriots and Chargers. Maybe that's why he doesn't like a Jets quarterback, Patriots,
right.
but I do see it, but it's sometimes, a lot of the times you always hear this, I was a former player, so this is how it should be, but that's the key word. You're a former player. You're not a current player. The game has changed. A lot of how the game is played now. Rodney Harrison
would be out of the league.
Yeah,
like, right.
He was a hard hitting safety, but I don't think he can do a lot of that stuff that he did. So the game has changed. It's not for him anymore. It's it's different, and that goes for anyone that's like a former player. Because I always hear like, as a former player, I don't think this is good, or I don't think this is bad, or I think he's still a good player. But like sometimes you got to look at the era that you're playing in, or that you played in. It's funny how these like sometimes these former players will be like, well, yeah, back in my day our players were much tougher. Well, you were getting like your head torn off, of course. Like that's just how it was played. Like, all these players are soft now, yeah, but we're trying to like not have people die on the field.
Right.
Like it's the game is different now.
It's
play differently. It's a more offensive, passing friendly league.
Mm-hmm.
You know, back then, having 3,000, I think 2,500 yards of passing was like a great quarterback season. But now that's terrible.
Right.
You know, 4,000 yards is like the minimum. But now it's,
Alright,
I think I feel like
season,
now it's
yeah.
gone to 4,500 yards. That's when it's like you need to be scoring that much.
Right. I feel like also to continue on the former players, Dante Whitner, he was a NFL linebacker that played for San Francisco. So maybe like this take was very biased because San Francisco and Dallas have this rivalry. But he also came out and said Dak Prescott was he sucks. Period. Direct quote that he said after the game of the San Francisco versus Dallas Sunday night. And it's just the way that someone comes at somebody. I feel like there's always a level of respect you should have for a player. And I feel like if you just bash them in the media and just say they suck, like we had mentioned it earlier that we don't think Dak Prescott is necessarily that guy in Dallas. I just feel like when you just say, "Oh, he sucks," period, without any like stats or any information, you just think he sucks in that regard. It's just like where's your basis at? Where's your evidence or where's your mindset at? Like, cause it's just like it's just irritating to just see time and time again you have these media folks just berating players about their performance on the field without giving or just giving out blatant statements without giving any information back on it. It's just very tiresome.
Exactly. And again, you know, the idea that like players or former coaches think that like they can still be in the game. Like, no, you're out of the game for a reason. You know, your time has passed you. And you know, with Dak Prescott, you know, I'll give you evidence. How many playoff wins does he have? Two. And how many times he's been to the playoffs? Like, I believe either three. He's been there three or four times. I
and
think
wasn't able to get him to the third round at least.
No, and he's only won a wild card game.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't won a divisional game. He hasn't made it to the NFC title game. The year that they were 13-3, when Zeke and Dak were just blowing up the league,
Right, they were supposed to go to the Super Bowl that year.
and they were in the divisional round, and they got whooped by the Packers. And it just wasn't it. So, yeah, I do think media heads kind of get carried away with themselves a lot of the times. But you need a clip of Stephen A. Smith just screaming, or you need Skip Bayless saying that like you'd rather take Tim Tebow over Aaron Rodgers, or you know Johnny Manziel's gonna be bigger than LeBron James in the future.
See, in that regard, when it comes to Stephen A. Smith or Skip Bayless, it's not surprising that they would call a player trash, because like I feel like that's their gimmick now.
Yeah.
Since like they always try to just have something to grab your attention.
Absolutely.
In that regard. But like if you're doing a post game interview with a player, you shouldn't be cutting them off and being like, "Oh no, that player that you're just describing is garbage." Like I feel like, bro, like you gotta conduct yourself better than that. Exactly. In that regard. And even like last night when you have Steve Smith, I feel like this was more funny than anything. In regards of how Steve Smith came at Jerry Jeudy and called him just a guy. You're just a guy at a receiver. And how like he admitted that in this regard, he admitted that he has said things on his podcast that maybe wasn't satisfying to hear, and he said he was going to apologize. And Jerry Jeudy took it as nah, and he just dismissed it, and he was like, all right. And then Steve Smith took it another way too, just like, all right, and he just went off on him on the pregame show of the NFL Network of just like all right, you're just a guy, and I'm gonna tell teams that you should not be trading for this guy because your work ethic isn't that great, and you aren't that guy that people need to be having on their team. I feel like in a greater scheme, like this was like one of the best ways to handle it. Like there's a lot of like drama towards it too because like they went back and forth or whatever. But I feel like Steve Smith out of the other two handled it a lot better in the sense of saying he's quote unquote trash without literally saying the word that he's trash. Just telling like, hey, your work ethic isn't that good. You're above average wide receiver. Jerry Jeudy had let me see. He had 3 receptions, 14 yards last night.
That's not good. That's not good for a first rounder.
First rounder. He's supposed to be the number 1 wide receiver.
Yeah, and he's been there for about 3 years, and 4 years actually. Nothing.
And no improvement in that regard.
No. And I guess not going back, but I guess moving on. I guess our highlighted game of this week, I say it's Dallas versus the Chargers. Again, giving Dallas the attention.
The attention.
But I say this because, granted, this week there's a lot of snooze fest games.
There's a lot of matchups.
A lot of matchups. I'm like, oh, this is a blowout. Like the Lions against the Buccaneers. Oh, the Lions should win that. The Titans and Ravens, I think might be a little upset. I think the Titans might take that. Or Vikings and Bears, like that's easy win for the Vikings. Like there should be. There's not really like a game where it's like, oh, this is interesting. That it has like implications. Granted, we're still in week 6, so nothing's really still in stone for playoffs. But the Dallas and Chargers game is very interesting because it's Monday night. Dallas is 3-2, meanwhile the Chargers are 2-2. And it's very interesting that Dallas can go 3-3, or the Chargers can go 3-2, or 2-3, and vice versa. And I say that both teams have question marks at their coach.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Staley, I think we've mentioned this before.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a great coach. I don't think he should be the coach of the Chargers if they want to actually do something. Mike McCarthy should have never been the coach of the Cowboys, or shouldn't have been this long. With Dak, there's a question mark of him just being how long you've been there and how many games you haven't shown up for when it matters the most. Sunday night game versus the Niners to take control of the NFC, you didn't do that, So I think the Chargers might take this, and I think whoever loses this game is going to spiral.
I could see that. I could definitely see that. Chargers, if the Chargers would have lost to the Vikings a couple weeks ago, they definitely would have fired their coach. Their coach getting that win and then getting a win against the Raiders definitely extended extended his chances to staying on the team. But I think his days are numbered. Mike McCarthy, it's just. I think he gets another year because I think Jerry Jones is just a guy that just, when he picks a guy, he wants it to work so bad that he's going to take so long to finally just be like, okay, I got to move on. Kellen Moore, going back to Dallas, Kellen Moore might be the next Chargers head coach, honestly. I feel like because I think if that offense is doing its thing, but that whole team isn't performing well, I think you could definitely see Kellen Moore be that head coach for the future. I think it's going to be very interesting, the QB battle. We have Justin Herbert, and then you have Dak Prescott. We have spoken about Dak Prescott throughout this whole stream. And I feel like when it comes to the quarterback battle, just who's going to make the big plays when it matters. The 3 to 4 big plays in this game, whoever wins that battle is going to be able to take it. But when it comes to Justin Herbert and Dak Prescott, the big deep ball is in favor of Justin Herbert.
Yeah, I believe so too. I think that's why I'm picking the Chargers to win this game. I don't know. I think Dallas is Dallas. They're inconsistent. Mike McCarthy's not a good coach. Dak is not a good. I won't say he's a great quarterback, but I won't say he's bad either. He's a quarterback. He's good. He knows what to do. But I think he's been there since 2016. You've only had 2 playoff wins. You have more playoff losses than playoff wins. You have more question marks at the end of the day with you than actual just certified this is the quarterback of the future. And then trying to just to wrap this up with a minute left. I think, yeah, this is going to be the game that determines the future for both of these teams. I do. If Dallas wins, I think, yeah, Brandon stays on the hot seat. But if the Chargers win, I think Dallas is going to go downhill from here.
Yeah, it's just a pile. It's just a pile of uncertainty between these two teams. Yeah.
So anyway, everyone, that was going for 2 for today. Up next will be Footy Fridays, and we will be back next week and see what else do we have. Let's see if the Chargers or Dallas collapse. Let's see if the Raiders go 3-3 for the first time in Josh McDaniels' tenure.
You're right.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. I am Beto, and this is
Matthew, and this is Going for 2.
All right, we'll see you next week.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going on stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trips.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to episode 2 of Footy Fridays. I'm Zach Durham.
Desi Lopez.
And, yeah, let's get going.
Yes, sir.
As always, we're going to start off with your Long Beach State sports. Long Beach State soccer. They just came off of a 3-1 victory against Cal State Northridge. You want to break that down a little bit?
Yeah, it was a really great performance from the entire team, to be honest. The standout performance is obviously Sheree Cox and Summer Lasky, obviously 2 goals for Sheree Cox, and then a goal and an assist for Summer Lasky. But I think it was impressive, and I think they put themselves in positions to succeed. And I'm excited to see what they can do this Sunday against UC San Diego.
Yeah, I'll be on the call for that one.
Yeah,
of course, that's going to be a big one. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we'll be on that call together.
We will both be on the call. Make sure to tune in. 22 West Sports. But yeah, they got 4 games left on the season, as you mentioned. UC San Diego, and then we go at UC Riverside, at Cal State Fullerton, and at home against Hawaii. I believe we're tied for 3rd place in the Big West right now.
Yeah.
No, there's been updated standings. So Cal Poly leads with 13 points. Cal State Fullerton, 2nd place at 12. UC Davis, 3rd, 11 points. Hawaii in 4th at 10. And then we are tied with UC San Diego on 8 points for 5th place.
That'll be a big matchup then for those 2 teams, I think.
Yeah, big one right there. We both are 2-2-2 in the Big West. So big matchup in terms of seeding for the tournament at the end of the season.
Yeah, that win against CSUN really slingshot them back into the position to compete in this division.
Yeah, they've been a little streaky this year. They'll go on a stretch of games, 2 or 3 games, where they'll score 3 or 4 goals a game, and then the next 2 games, 3 games, they'll get shut out and they can't score a goal.
Yeah.
So trying to find that consistency, this is the time to do it,
Oh, 100%. It's, once you get down to the end of the season, you really start to put some streaks together. And like you said, they've been kind of streaky so far, ups and downs, and a little inconsistency so far. But we'll see firsthand what they got on Sunday. It'll be fun to watch in person.
Yeah, a lot of shots on goal from both teams in that
Big
game.
time.
Long Beach had 19 shots, 12 of them on goal. CSUN had 11 shots, 6 of them on goal. Some of them found the back of the net.
Yeah,
it was
they
like
did.
that. It was like that in the Cal Poly game. Both teams had a lot of shots on goal, but that one ended 0-0.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I mean, CSUN isn't, they're bottom in the division so far. It doesn't mean they're a terrible team, but it's a good win to build some momentum on for these tougher division opponents like San Diego and some others at the top of the division. But it'll be fun, man. I'm excited to support the Long Beach team and see what they can do.
yeah, it'll be fun. Like I said, we'll both be on the call. That game is at 6 o'clock on Sunday.
Yes, sir, it is.
6 o'clock, 22 West Radio.
22west.com,
Some of your Footy
folks.
Friday boys on the call.
Yes, sir, we'll be there.
So we're going to transition to some Premier League. I know they're on international break right now. We're going to get into that a little bit. But biggest storylines, I mean, right now, I think the first thing off the top of my head is, well, you still got Spurs and Arsenal unbeaten. But Chelsea are starting to click.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a dangerous thing.
It's a resurgence, man. They've won 3 straight, I think. They've won 3 straight in the Prem.
Yeah. And they're scoring, a
Yeah,
lot. They
they
weren't
are.
scoring any goals early on, and now they're starting to put them in the back of the net.
I think you mentioned this last week, too, that they have the best defense in the Prem so far, or
I
one of the
said
top
but
defenses.
I said that, but I realized it's Arsenal, I believe.
Arsenal? Okay.
only have allowed 6 goals.
Well, either way, they're still up there with
They're up there.
the best defenders in that league. So, and they're starting to score some goals. Sterling's starting to play well. They're starting to get some guys back from injury, which will be good for them. And yeah, I think if they can string some more wins together, they got a chance to compete with the rest of the top teams in the Prem.
Do you think it's Poach's tactics and culture starting to
You
click
want to
and buy? They're starting to buy into it.
You want to believe that, yeah. I mean, I do. I think, and I think I mentioned this last week. It's all just about clicking at the right time, and when all your guys can build some bonds and build some momentum with each other, it's hard to imagine that they're not competing at the end of the year. Because it's Chelsea, they had a rough start to the year, and then obviously they had a rough year last year. But yeah, I think their resurgence is real, and it's still early in the season as well, and they're obviously on international break, but it'll be fun to see if they can keep this streak alive. But
I miss Poach, man.
yeah, man,
Like it was weird when I saw him going to Chelsea, but
there was talks of him returning to the Spurs, right? He was, I think he was. I don't know if
There's
it
a
was
rumor
real. It
floating
was a
around.
rumor, yeah, a little
I don't know
rumor
how
floating
serious
around.
it was.
Yeah,
But on Chelsea, on a note of Chelsea legend Hazard
retires.
has retired.
Yeah, 32 years old.
It's pretty.
That's
it's on the
that's
younger
really young
side,
for
but
a-
when you've played at the level that he's at,
Oh yeah.
I'm sure a lot of people thought he could have played more, and the whole Real Madrid saga didn't work out the way he thought he wanted it to go.
Yeah.
Everyone criticized him, but those stretch of games during the 2018 World Cup and
Absolute dynamite.
during his reign at Chelsea, he was something else.
I don't know if you've ever played, or if back in the day, and years ago, if you played the old FIFAs.
Oh yeah,
But the feeling of packing Hazard
yeah.
in FIFA 15, 16, like those older games, it was so nice, and that just shows what kind of player he is and how much fun it was to watch him in his prime.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's sad to see him retire, I think, especially at this young age, but it's also fun to remember his moments and kind of remember who he was as a player. And he didn't decline so much in his later years that he was just not playing. It's just injuries got him, and it's sad to see.
Yeah, injuries certainly big part of his early retirement.
Yeah.
He's one of those players a lot. Like I always compare him with guys like Marco Royce.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness, Marco Royce was same position, same role, but that role, they get a lot of knocks here and there.
They do,
and,
yeah. They do.
I mean, look at Neymar, but
Yeah.
yeah, Eden Hazard retires, Premier League legend, but
Do you think what are your thoughts on his Real Madrid tenure? Because there was, obviously controversy when he went to Real Madrid and whether he was going to continue his form from Chelsea, but I don't know how you view that, if it was a success or what.
I think some people just let it get to their head maybe. I don't know if
Yeah.
it's like, oh, I made it, I'm playing for Real Madrid now, and they think that's the end all be all of like being a professional football player. There's more of a grind to it, you know. If anything, that's just like another standard that you have to set for yourself.
Yeah.
I just think of all the memes of because he gained some weight once he got to Real Madrid.
Yeah.
He would come back from international breaks 5 pounds heavier or something like that every time. But you know, I don't know the details of whether or not like the fans were getting to him. I know they didn't treat him poorly, but I know they expected a lot more from him.
It's a tough environment
But
there.
there's a lot of guys that couldn't do it at Real Madrid. Look at Luka Jovic from Frankfurt.
Mm-hmm.
Sergio Reguilon couldn't do it. I mean, totally different position. He's a defender, but
They put a lot of pressure on you, especially if you're, you know, big price tag, big players that they expect to do well. It's rough if you aren't performing there, and that goes for a lot of places too. It's not just Real Madrid. It's Barcelona. It's the top teams in England. It's other teams in Italy. Even there's all kinds of pressure on you. But yeah, it's sad to see him go, but it's always fun to remember too. For Eden Hazard.
So we're gonna look at some transfer rumors. Transfer window opens up in about like 2.5 months. I believe it's right January 1st, right?
January 1st
through the 31st. The transfer window will be open. And there's some players that are for sure probably out there on the selling market.
Yep. There are.
Jadon Sancho is one of the first ones I can think.
I think he's going. 100%.
Yeah, I don't know who is interested off the top of my head.
I think it was. I saw a report that his former team, Borussia Dortmund, were interested in getting him back, and then there was another team. I can't remember. I think it was another team in the Prem. I could be wrong, but
I think he needs to get out of the Prem.
I think he needs to get out of the Prem too.
I think he needs to go back to Germany. I do like that. Or I could see him going to be honest, I don't think Barcelona or Real Madrid would be interested. Barcelona maybe, but Real Madrid aren't going to be interested.
He wants to go somewhere that he's going to play. I mean, at the end of the day, and I can't see him playing it.
Bundesliga makes the most sense.
Bundesliga definitely make the most sense, and especially Borussia Dortmund. I mean, they turn players into stars. You know, if you think about how many players have come through their system, I think it'd be a great spot for him to return to, especially because he knows the people there, he knows the culture, and he was a great player when he played for them. So yeah, I think that'll be interesting to see. There's some talk about Harry Maguire. There's been some controversy. You want to touch on that a little bit?
Well, he had that deal with West Ham.
Yes, he did.
Right? Yeah, and that fell through. Details of it were unknown. Something to do with, is his mom his agent?
Is that right?
Well, I know Rabiot's is.
Yeah.
Adrian Rabiot.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
it's pretty common.
It's pretty common, yeah.
But I think, no, I could be wrong. All I know is his mom was very unhappy with his playing time, and she was getting involved with his business decision making.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the deal was, what the contract was. There was a verbal agreement that was made, but it wasn't written in ink, and it fell through.
Yeah.
And I read the other day, he just wants playing time.
Yeah.
He's at a point in his career, I don't know how old he is. He's in his mid to late 20s, where he needs playing time if he wants to sustain like a career that he can be proud of. And right now he's not getting that.
Yeah.
West Ham was like, yeah, you know. So I don't know if he is going to leave, if it's going to be to West Ham. He's one of those players where if he's going to play, it's going to be in the Premier League.
Oh yeah.
He's
time.
not really the kind of. I mean, maybe, he's one of those players that Jose Mourinho could take and just turn into like
That would be wild.
an absolute anchor
That
back
would be
there.
wild, yeah.
Like he did to Eric Dyer for that one season.
Yeah. Oh man. Eric
Everything
Dyer.
else fell apart for Mourinho.
Yeah.
That's a whole other story.
Yeah.
Kurt Zuma, another center back. He's on the transfer rumor, a West Ham player. So
He's been their captain too. I think he's been there for a long time, Kurt Zuma.
yeah, so he goes out. Maguire comes in. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Does make a lot of sense.
So where do you see Zuma going?
Does he want to stay in the Prem, do you think? I mean, I don't know if he's looking to move back to his home country in France or what he wants to do really, if he's looking for a Saudi Arabia contract for some money, but I'm under the impression that he obviously wants to play and he obviously wants to compete. So I could see him staying in the Prem, but I could also see him moving to a club that might be in need of some defensive help.
Yeah, I think some Saudi teams were interested. I believe Napoli and maybe Lazio or a couple other
Some
another
Italian teams.
Italian team. I could see him going to Italy. It's a very defensive league.
Yeah.
I think he could succeed there. There's been guys that have gone from the Prem to the Italian league that have succeeded.
Yeah.
Chris Smalling's the first one that comes off the top of my head.
Yeah, he's been
Because he was like shaky at Man United, and then he goes to Roma, and
been a
he's just
revelation.
an absolute rock back there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude changed his career by making
He
that
did.
move.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. He's been a rock back there.
Jorginho, probably
That's a
he could go anywhere.
that's a tough one.
He could
Yeah.
go anywhere in the world.
That-
He can go to Saudi Arabia. He could go to Germany, Italy, stay in the Prem.
Yeah, that signing from Arsenal is still a head scratcher. I mean, if he
Yeah.
obviously wants to leave now and they don't want him there anymore, it's like
yeah.
it's rough, man. He with his performance in the World Cup, was it the World Cup?
Oh, it was the Euros.
Was it Euros?
For Italy.
Euros a few years ago. That's right, because they didn't qualify for the World Cup. But yeah, that's. I mean, I don't know if he wants to go back to Italy, if he wants to stay in the Prem, but he's another one of those guys that can make an impact, but it's really just where he decides to go, what he wants to do at this point in his career. And that leads us straight into a topic of discussion in our Spurs community, Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, who unfortunately hasn't been getting the playing time he's looking for Tottenham. And I don't know. I'd hate to see him leave, but if he's not getting the playing time, then I can see why he'd want to go.
I think he's a great role player in the like when he comes in this season, at least in his 8 Premier League games. When he's come onto the field as a substitute, he's made instant impacts. Whether it's playing at that box to box role.
Yeah.
It's a shame though, yeah, because I think Ange's tactics, he only requires one true defensive mid. So he's not going to go out there and put Basuma and Højbjerg
Yeah.
in the same lineup. There was a bit of that last year. Well, Conte didn't play Basuma. He just stuck with Højbjerg and Skip. So,
Yeah.
But I know he's, it's tough. I think Atletico Madrid were interested. I could see him, if he's going to get more playing time there, I can see him taking it. But I think if he truly feels a shift in the tide of where this team is going, then I think he'll stick it out and buy into Ange ball.
Well, it's another conversation too, because if Tottenham were struggling and he wasn't playing, it'd be a different story, right? But they're succeeding without him, for the most part, starting in their lineups. So it's rough to think about if you're a player and you've been in the starting 11 for how many years now? He's been a rock in the midfield. He's been consistent for years, and now you're passed up on for somebody else by a new manager, and your team's succeeding without you. And it's hard to watch that as a player, I think. And I'd hate to see him go again, but I understand.
From a roster standpoint, I think he's good for depth.
Yeah.
But he doesn't
I
look
don't
at
think
it like that.
he doesn't want to be a depth player.
Some people buy into that role player.
Yeah.
That role of being a
depth
bench player.
yeah.
Especially in, you get minutes as that 12th man.
You do, yeah.
If you're the first guy
Off the
if
bench.
you're the first sub, you're gonna get some minutes. Whether it's 30 minutes a game, which is a lot longer than people realize.
Yeah.
But I want to go to my favorite transfer target, 18-year-old Belgian center mid from Royal Antwerp, Arthur Vermeeren. I believe that's how you pronounce it. Yeah, Vermeeren.
Yes, sir.
This guy's an absolute stud. He's going to be the next Kevin De Bruyne.
It's big. It's a big commitment right there to
Yeah,
put
no,
on
it's a
put on his
pretty
head.
bold statement.
Yeah.
But no, this guy's the real deal.
Yeah. How many teams are looking at him right now? He's a wonder kid.
Arsenal, Man City, Spurs, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Juventus, Dortmund. They're all eyeing this kid. He played against because Antwerp are in Barcelona's group for the Champions League, and they played already. I think that was the first game.
Yeah.
Because Barcelona played Porto. Yeah, so the first game of the Champions League, they played Barcelona, and they ended up losing that game 1-0. But he was causing havoc for Barcelona. You know what I mean?
At 18 years old, too?
Yeah, 18 years
old. On that big stage?
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see where he goes. I think, Barcelona is hard to say no to.
Oh, yeah.
If they're interested in you. But for proximity, I think going to England makes sense, but a lot of people would. There's a lot of people that would suggest that if you're a young, aspiring star
Yeah.
at that age, you want to stay away from England until you're already in your prime. That's just
that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where would you like to see him go? If you could
Between
pick
those
one,
teams?
yeah, if you could pick one of those teams that you mentioned,
I think right off the bat, I think you should go to Dortmund
I was gonna pick
Yeah,
the exact same
because
thing.
they can develop him he can be the next Jude Bellingham. I mean, I said Kevin De Bruyne, but
Yeah.
Dortmund, like I don't know what they do there in their training facilities.
I mentioned that earlier.
what
They
they're
just
feeding them.
they just make players like better.
It's like
It
a
doesn't-
laboratory.
Yeah, it's a lab, man. It's crazy.
Them, Leipzig,
Leipzig. Yeah, it's a lot of those German
Sporting.
teams. Yeah,
There's a lot of
it's crazy. Ajax.
Yeah.
Ajax makes a
Well, speaking of Ajax, they're kind of struggling.
They
this year.
are
I believe they're
struggling,
in
yeah.
16th place.
I don't know if it was a few weeks ago, but I saw a clip of their fans going crazy because they're not doing well.
Yeah.
I didn't know the culture was like that in the Netherlands. I didn't know
They
it was
take
that
it pretty
crazy.
seriously. Yeah, you think they'd be a little nicer.
Yeah, man, I don't.
Yeah. Oh, well, I don't know if you saw the video of the Olympique Lyon fans.
Yeah.
The
yeah,
ultras with the microphone
Mhm.
talking to the team, basically telling them like you're not good enough to wear that shirt. There's guys that played before you that like carved the way
Yeah.
for you guys to come in and stain that crest,
It's gotta
and they
hurt,
just
man.
kind of stood there like,
Yeah.
you know what, they're
Kind of
not wrong. I think that was I forgot who they were playing. It was after a 4-0 loss. I believe
Yeah.
it was to PSG.
Right.
Um,
Yeah,
but
that's those teams, man.
I would love to see
a lot of
Tottenham
those-
sign this Vermeer kid though.
Yeah.
I think Dortmund makes
Man,
sense,
can you
but
imagine?
we don't really need him right now.
Do you think he wouldn't get minutes
No.
at the moment?
Not
I mean,
the way
with all
Sarr is
their
playing with Bentancur
with
coming
all their
back.
midfield depth that they have
Yeah,
right
we're
now.
going to transition to our Spurs segment, just because, I mean, this is the best start in the Premier League they've ever had.
It's fun, man.
Big Ange comes in. He just won back-to-back Premier League Managers of the Month. Madison won Premier League Player of the Month for August. Son, just today, was announced September Player of the Month. So Spurs are on the up.
They're on the up.
And I think Ange is a big reason for it. His tactics. It's just so nice to watch. From
Yeah.
the last few managers that play very defensive football, you sit back with a back five and you just park the bus and then send Son up on a counterattack, and it's just not entertaining football.
Yeah.
Where now you got guys moving into space with and without the
Yeah.
ball.
It's clean. It's fun
yeah.
to watch.
We have possession where
Yes.
like last year, our average possession was like 40%.
Mhm.
Now it's over 60. So it's really entertaining to watch.
Yeah. Watching Spurs in previous years, especially under Conte, it was just like you wanted more. You wanted to see more. You wanted to just be entertained by what you were watching.
Well, there were glimpses with Conte because there were times where he was like, when we have possession, we want to keep possession. We're gonna find the open man and make those passes.
Yeah.
The problem is he did it he only wanted them to do that out of the back.
Yeah.
You can't rely on playing out of the back as an offensive tactic.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's been really refreshing to see. And the way, I mean, everyone's thought no Harry Kane. They're not going to do no Harry Kane, no problem.
No problem
That's
at
kind
all.
of been the theme.
Yeah.
With whenever he's missed a game, Sony's stepped up and he's been able to do that this year. But the Harry Kane money has brought in 3 huge players. Vicario for one.
He's been a revelation.
Yeah, I think statistically he's the best Premier League goalie right now.
Yeah.
A revelation is a good way to put it because he's just the way he makes his saves. I mean, he's flying back there.
Yeah.
He's like a really athletic dude, and he's a lot bigger than he looks
Yeah.
on TV.
He's only 6'2", right? But he looks a lot bigger than
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like a guy that flies around like that, you'd think he's a really small, athletic. No,
Oh,
when
yeah,
you see him
he's-
next to some of those center backs,
He's a presence.
yeah,
He's a presence.
One of those center backs, Mickey Van de Ven. I think he's already becoming a club favorite.
Oh yeah, he
Um,
scored that goal against Luton last week.
yeah,
The winner, the 1-0
first goal for the
winner.
club.
Yeah.
He's just been so quick, and I believe he's only 19.
Yeah, he's
So he's
a
only
young
going to get
kid,
better.
man.
I mean, he's not perfect, Nobody's perfect, let's be real.
Yeah.
But, there's still areas where he can work on decision-making wise. There's times where he steps up when he doesn't need to, and then he knows he's got the pace to make up for a mistake like that.
Yeah.
But he needs to learn that why would I put myself in a position where I might make a mistake.
Yeah.
So, but him being paired with Romero,
I was just gonna mention that.
not only calmed Romero down a little bit,
It's
because
made
he
them
can be a
both
little
better.
aggressive.
Oh yeah, it's made them both better.
Exactly. They've both gotten better together. Iron sharpens iron.
Yeah, it's a fun partnership to watch too. I think, they're kind of different players. They play different sides of the ball. They're not. One of them's more physical in Romero, and one of them's more composed. And I think they work. They work really well together, especially when watching them against the top teams in the league. The Arsenal game was one that I watched. That was, very significant difference from the past teams, past defenders.
They both got Team of the Week in the Premier League against. I mean, they played Luton in that 1-0 win, but
still, man, it's
but really good. And the way our fullbacks play, Kudogi on the left and Porro on the right, they're more offensive fullbacks. They're asked to do a lot on the attacking side of the ball. So those two back there, Romero and Van de Ven, are asked to do a lot defensively, and they've been really composed in doing so this year.
Yeah.
But biggest signing of the year, not just for us.
We all know who it is.
I think it's the Premier League.
We all know
he's
who
been
it
the
is.
best newcomer in the Premier League. James Maddison, not a question.
Not a question.
He's already got 4 or 5 assists, 2 goals.
Yep.
He's everywhere for us.
When I heard that Leicester were going down and they had got relegated, I was interested to see where Maddison would end up, because obviously he was going to stay in the Prem, and obviously he was going to hopefully play well for someone. But I didn't know what kind of player he had been for them for the longest time, and once I saw him play for Spurs, I told him this off camera, but I think I'm going to get a Maddison kit for these segments, I guess, because Tottenham have impressed this season.
Throw it on and take it off just for the segment.
Yeah, just for the segment.
Are you going to get the blue away kit?
I think the blue away kit,
the away kit's so nice. I like the collar on it.
I like the collar, yeah.
And just both shades of blue are really nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's been, talk about a revelation, man. Because that's what we've needed most, is that number 10 role.
The attacking presence.
Yeah.
Is just.
He's just so creative. Him and Son have been clicking perfectly.
It's fun to watch,
beautiful
man.
to see.
Yeah, he's fun to watch for sure.
Yeah.
And I think the only issue that I've seen from an attacking perspective has just been the depth.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's accounted for a lot of that, his playmaking abilities and his passing abilities, and just the way he gets the ball to Son, the way he gets the ball to Richarlison. It's clean and it's crisp, and you like to watch him play because he does things that you might not have seen from a previous Spurs team from the playmaking standpoint.
Very true. Yeah, so starting goalie in Vicario, starting left center back in Van de Ven, and a starting attacking midfield in Maddison. I'd say that's pretty fair trade-off for Harry Kane. I miss him. I miss him very much. Harry, I miss you.
Yeah.
I know you're killing it in Germany.
He's having fun with Bayern, but you always have a spot. You always have a spot in the.
Speaking of Germany,
fans.
so we're on international break right now. At least the teams are. I believe domestic league play will resume next Friday.
Yep.
It'll start back up.
I believe so.
So Germany's playing a friendly against USA. What day is that again? Is that Tuesday?
I believe that's I think that's Tuesday.
It'll be next Tuesday, the 17th. It'll be interesting to see what USA does in that. What lineup they roll out. Pulisic has been on fire for Milan, so I think it would be wise to roll him out there and keep him fit. I'm sure AC Milan wants them to do that just so he doesn't get cold.
Yeah, Captain America.
Captain America. That's
such a funny nickname for him.
Yeah,
man.
it is. I saw something cool. So Mexico and Ghana play a friendly. That's the first time those two teams ever have played against each other.
That's
like you would have thought
weird.
there'd be some World Cup
in
the last 20 years where they got us matched in the same group. But yeah, first matchup ever. That'll be really interesting to see.
That'll be fun to watch, yeah.
Ochoa is supposed to get the start, hopefully.
Is he really?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm just hoping.
Yeah, man. He's an icon.
Yeah. But yeah, there's been some Euro qualifications been going underway, as well as World Cup qualifiers for South America.
Yep.
Yesterday, kind of an upset. Turkey beat Croatia 1-0. Croatia's they're ranked 6th in the world.
I'm always impressed how they play, especially in the top stages. Euro a few years ago and the World Cup. I don't think they placed high in the World Cup, did they? This
Can't remember.
last World Cup, something like that. But they're always impressive, especially with Modric back there. He's always a
yeah.
presence. But yeah, international breaks are always fun because you see these players who you always see for their clubs, and you see them in a different environment. You see them playing for a little bit more than just their club's pride and everything. They just play for their country, and it's fun to watch.
We were talking earlier before the show about Erling Haaland. It hasn't been the best season for him at City so far.
Yeah.
But when he plays for Norway, I mean, he's a whole different. He literally turns into a Viking.
He's a different animal out there, man.
He had 2 goals against Cyprus. He now has 27 goals in 27 appearances
That's
for
crazy.
Norway. Who do they play? I forgot who they play.
They play Spain.
Coming up. That's right.
Do they play Spain?
I believe they
Could
play
be wrong.
Spain.
I thought they played Spain.
But either way, so they missed the last World Cup. It'll be interesting. I hope they qualify for this one. I know this is Euros, but
I think
I want to see him play in a big European tournament or a big
Yeah.
international tournament.
I think the only question for Norway is their defense. Obviously
Yeah,
they
there's
have
not anybody.
they have Holland up there and they have Odegaard in the middle, but the only thing to worry about for Norway is their defensive capabilities. But yeah, it'll be fun to watch, especially for the Euros happening next summer, and to see these teams kind of come into their own for the tournament. I don't know if you have any big names, big teams, big countries that you're watching for these qualies, but it'll be fun to see if they can build some momentum in qualifications, because that's always a good start to their tournament. But I know there's some games happening, or that happened this morning. I don't know if they've concluded. I know we had a France versus Netherlands matchup, which is a good matchup to have for us to talk about, because those are two top countries. But yeah, do you have any games you're watching, any teams you're looking into, or any countries, that you're looking into?
I pulling up the standings right now. Anytime there's a competition, whether it's Euros or the World Cup, I'm always rooting for Denmark.
Yeah.
They just have a fun team. There's a lot of guys. Obviously Eriksson.
Mm-hmm.
They got Damsgaard up on the wing. Simon Kjær for
Mhm.
Milan back there.
Mhm.
They got Kasper Schmeichel. They've just got a lot of tough guys, Some
Yeah.
literal Vikings.
Shout out to
Same
Denmark,
with
man.
Højbjerg.
Yep.
Obviously, Højbjerg's Danish.
Our Tottenham guy.
So I'll always root for Denmark. I think the Netherlands are a fun team. They're just really young.
Yeah.
But obviously the France, England are probably the favorites. Portugal, I don't think are. I don't know if this is a hot take, but I don't think they're gonna go to the semis. They might go quarters, but I don't think they're gonna go that far.
I hate to say that they've fallen off a little bit in quality, but what are your thoughts on Italy? No Italy for you? No
I think Italy's
Italy
definitely a top team. They're definitely salty about. They're the reigning Euro champions,
Yeah.
obviously, and they missed out on the World Cup.
I feel like that happens a lot. If you win a major tournament and then you end up not qualifying for the next major tournament, whether that's the Euros or the World Cup. But it's just insane to me that a team with that much quality can win a major tournament and then not qualify for the next one.
Agreed.
But no, they have plenty of depth, plenty of quality, plenty of good players. So Italy's always fun to watch. They're always physical. You always see them talking a little bit of trash to the other team, a little bit of ref banter, but it's always fun to see them do their
hand language.
Their hand language, yeah.
I love it.
It's so fun.
There was a stat I saw. This is transitioning from Euro to World Cup qualifier
Right.
in South America. Through 6 games, Brazil they've won all 6 of their games, and their goal differential is plus 24, because they've scored 24 goals and haven't allowed a single goal.
Oh man.
Like, that is just crazy to me. I mean, to be fair, so their last game was 9-0.
Oh, who did
so
they
that-
play?
I believe Paraguay.
Man,
Not
That's
a big
rough.
country.
that's rough.
But that kind of skews it a little bit. But still, the fact they haven't allowed a single goal,
Yeah.
it's pretty incredible.
Oh yeah. I mean,
So
defensive performances from all of them. From
yeah, and they play Uruguay on Tuesday.
yeah, that'll be a good matchup.
That'll be a really good matchup.
Yeah, we'll get into
Both
some
of those teams will probably make it.
some specific players for these games too in a little bit for our segment later on. But
True.
for the whole teams, it's really just fun to see. I'm a big fan of like international games, Euro games, even if it's qualifying. I just love to see countries playing other countries and, you know, trying to build some momentum and show their countries that they can compete.
Yeah, it's a world game. You know,
Yeah.
that's what's beautiful. That's why it's the beautiful game. You know, I love seeing stuff on social media like these villages in Western Africa where they don't even have grass pitches. They're playing on
Yeah.
sand that's covered in like trash and holes and just not a clean surface. That they don't care.
Yeah,
dude.
it's not
They're
doesn't
just out
phase
there
them,
to get
dude.
better.
They just
you know?
want to
They
just
wanna-
want to have fun and
and it makes me so happy to see, and it's just like,
yeah,
you know, that's
it's passion,
yeah,
passion for the game.
you know, and it can like you were kind of alluding to people playing for their how there's a difference between playing for your country and playing for your club. You know, look at Richarlison, where he goes and plays for his for Brazil and he misses a bunch of chances. You know, he's seeing a therapist and dealing with all these mental health issues because he's getting some criticism, and then he goes out and scores a game-tying goal and provides a game-winning assist, and just like that, you know.
And that hat trick he scored in the World Cup.
Yeah.
He man, I want to see him put that kind of impact with Spurs.
Mhm.
I've always wanted to see that from him, and I mean, not that he hasn't, but watching him in the World Cup for Brazil was something else, man.
Yeah, there'll be some. We'll see what he does this weekend, or I guess next Tuesday against
Against
Uruguay. But
Yeah.
we're gonna take a quick little ad break, but we'll be right back with the remainder of Footy Fridays.
Stay tuned. Thank you very much.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. Hundred only, you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got.
All right, we are back with Footy Fridays. We're gonna start talking about MLS and Liga MX. You pick what do you want to do first?
We can do let's do MLS first. There's
MLS
some
first.
interesting topics there.
Okay.
I mean, obviously everybody wants to talk about Inter Miami and missing out on the playoffs and everything. So we talked about it a little bit last week, but do you think Messi's for sure gonna leave and go on loan to Barcelona, or do you think he's gonna just what do you think he's gonna do?
I think David Beckham's he's gonna invite him over to his house in Miami. They're gonna have a nice little brunch, some yerba mate on the balcony, looking over the Miami views. You know.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. I whatever. But
Hey,
Beckham's gonna
you
do
know
whatever
what?
he can to keep him.
Why
man.
not, man? If you want to, it's Messi.
Yeah.
Like, you got to do whatever it takes to
I
keep
think
him
Beckham's
around.
gonna have that conversation will be had. I think. I don't know how it's gonna go down, how he's gonna schmooze him, but I think it's definitely possible that that he stays.
Oh, yeah.
I think he went there for a reason.
He did.
You know, it's not like because I think it'd be weird. I think if I were him to just go there and play one losing season and get out of there, you know, if I were him, I would want to stay there and be like, well,
Yeah.
let's figure it out. Let's win. Then I'll go leave, you know.
Yeah.
I think the reason he didn't want to do that for PSG is because he just hated the culture at PSG. I don't think there's a culture problem at Inter Miami.
Oh, no.
So,
I just think they started off, like, before he got there, they were just in a slump.
yeah.
And they just couldn't find their way out of it, especially with Messi's injury. But, I mean, I don't think it was – because the topic of him leaving was just about him going on loan, wasn't it? It wasn't like a complete transfer, like he's not coming back to Inter Miami. He was just going out on loan to Barcelona for this next at the January transfer.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he would, you know, seriously consider like a permanent move away, or if it was just a temporary move so that he can keep playing. Because if he's not going to play for the rest of the offseason for the MLS, you know, that's a pretty decent amount of time that he's
Yeah.
not going to be in action. You know, obviously aside from international breaks and such.
Well, if you're Barcelona, I'm sure you're going to welcome him back with open arms. You know, I'm
How
sure
can you
that-
not? Like,
I'm sure they're going to try to push that. It'll be interesting, though. I think it could go either way. But as far as staying in football shape, and I think from that standpoint, I think it makes sense.
oh yeah, I agree. And speaking of football shape, there's a lot of teams that have kind of put themselves in the race for the MLS playoffs. Unfortunately, the LA Galaxy are not one of them. They are, let's just say, they kind of petered out towards the end of the year, and they're out of contention. But there are some teams that still have a chance. There's a lot of teams that are, you know, hovering around the bottom of the table in terms of the MLS Cup playoffs, and I think there's a lot of teams that can kind of sneak their way in. But it'll be fun to see, like we mentioned last week, LAFC. I know they've kind of dropped in the table a little bit. They're only sitting at 7th overall in the whole MLS league. But yeah, there's some teams towards the bottom that interest me. But
I like Austin FC. I think that's an exciting team.
I agree. Yeah.
I want to make it out to a game out there.
Oh yeah, 100%.
that'd be fun.
Those games are fun, man.
I haven't been to any MLS game. So
Have you not?
No, I have not. I got to make it to one.
You got to make it out to one, man.
Yeah.
LAFC's they're pretty close to us down here
Yeah.
in Long Beach, so you can make it out to one of those games.
Definitely.
But yeah, there's a lot of contention in the bottom. Portland Timbers is one.
We talked
I've
about
been
it
looking
last
at.
week.
Talked about them last week. Vancouver Whitecaps are always in contention, it seems like. And then we mentioned this last week, but there are some teams that are really recent expansion teams, as in like this year, like St. Louis City we mentioned last week, and I think this is their first year in
Yeah.
the league, and they're at the
so.
top of their leagues, at the top of their division. So it's like, wow, they're impressive. But no, yeah, MLS is always fun, and it's a little bit sad now that Messi's team is out of contention, because that was a lot of fun that helped the MLS kind of grow and expand. But
Yeah, a lot of people were upset. They were like, "We want our money back. You know,
Yeah.
we paid $400 for these tickets to see Messi, and he's not even playing because he got hurt." So I guess that's fair enough. But
Yeah.
now they're out of playoff contention, and it's looking like he's gonna walk.
yeah, but I mean,
Cool.
he'll be back, and I'm sure they'll compete. But for now, for this season and this playoffs, it'll be Messi-less.
Messi
in the
fits,
MLS.
For the Mexican League, 5 games left, about 4 or 5
Yeah.
roughly for each team.
Looking like that.
America's still at the top. Tigres right behind them. Pumas are in 3rd place now, correct?
They are,
And
yes.
then they jumped San Luis.
San Luis,
So it's getting dicey. Chivas are climbing the table. They're in 6th.
great win last few days ago, I think, 4-1 over their crosstown rivals.
Mm-hmm.
That was a fun one to watch. I know Beto, one of our producers, was not one of our producers, one of our showrunners was really excited about that game.
Yeah,
He's a big
Beto-
Chivas fan.
He enjoyed that one for sure.
Yeah, he did. But yeah, the Mexican League is always fun to watch. I know they're also on international break as well.
Yeah, those games will kick off a week from today on the 20th. big one, at least that I'm watching, Pumas versus Monterrey.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be a big one.
That's a really good game.
Pumas trying to lock one of those top 3 or 4 spots.
Yeah. And something we talked about earlier was Santos Laguna and Juan Bruneta, who's kind of come onto the scene. And I was so surprised. They're sitting in 12th place in the league, and obviously we mentioned last week only 10 make the playoffs. But that really surprised me that they have it seems like a lot of quality on their team, and they're sitting under the playoff spots, and I don't really know why that is. What do you think has gone wrong with them?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know a lot about who's the pieces around him.
Yeah.
But I know he can't do it all himself.
Yeah.
But he's created a lot of chances. I think he's leading the Mexican League in goals plus assists, as well as chances created and big chances, and he's just all over the attacking, the final third from an attacking standpoint.
Yeah.
But if you can't defend, I'm looking at their recent standings. Or their recent results. They're allowing a lot of goals. So if you can't put all of your chances in the back of the net, you're gonna have to play some defense, and it doesn't seem like they've been doing that a lot this season.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's been killing it. I
He's
always
fun
like
to
their
watch.
logo. They have a really cool logo.
Oh, yeah, I
So
agree.
I always like make sure I have their kit on my FIFA team just in case I want to slap it on.
Oh yeah. That's when you get it like the very beginning of the game, like in your starter pack,
Exactly,
and you just
yeah,
keep
yeah.
that one the whole year because it's awesome.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, it's it'll be interesting to see. You mentioned they have how many games left this
I believe
season?
anywhere from 5 or 6.
5 or 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that's a pretty decent stretch of games, but yeah, there's obviously America's still at the top. I don't think that's going to change. They're the
they're
top
killing
dog.
it.
But Chivas is one to watch. Monterrey is one to watch. And then obviously the top teams. But I think towards the bottom of the table, it gets pretty dicey when in terms of points. 1, 2, 3 points separating these teams. So, yeah, Mexican League's always fun to watch. But before we move on, if you had to pick one of the top 10 teams to win the whole thing, who would you pick?
Not based off of the current standings or no.
Not based off the current
I'm
standings.
just going to go Pumas.
Pumas?
Just for my boy Jaime.
There you go.
Yeah.
I like
ride or
that
die.
pick. I like that pick.
But, yeah. Or
What's-
Tigres, just
Tigres?
because we've got some beautiful New jerseys that I think they're going to be wearing.
Oh yeah, those blue and yellow ones, right?
Yeah, the long sleeve throwbacks.
are
That'll
nice.
think it's a nice little transition into kit check.
Yes, it will.
One of our new favorite segments. Yeah, Tigres unveiled these new throwback. I guess they're throwbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're throwbacks.
Are they all long sleeve kits?
Yeah, they are. Yeah,
So that's cool. I like long sleeve kit. That just reminds me of like back in like the OG Ronaldo days where he'd wear the long sleeve
yeah.
kits with the slick back hair.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a good look.
That was the old days too. And
Yeah.
He was a young kid.
My favorite kits, other than the Athens Calithia ones, are those pink Japan kits.
Oh yeah.
It was like
yeah.
a custom collab
I saw
with
those.
some. I don't know if it was an artist or some
Mhm.
some brand, but those things are beautiful.
Those are really
With
nice.
the cherry blossoms.
Really nice. I
Those
wish
are
we could
beautiful.
get these graphics up on screen. Those will be coming soon.
Yeah, we are working on
We're
that.
working
we are
on
working
getting that-
on
getting that going.
all these. For now, you just have to trust us.
For now, yeah, you can trust us. Look them up for yourselves. Take a little look.
Yeah.
But for now, we
Tigres
can
throwback, pink, custom Japan kit.
Yeah.
This Roma third kit,
Mhm.
their alternate jersey, the
Yep,
black
mentioned
one
that
with
one.
the wolf on it.
It's
That's
really
a
nice.
clean look.
Yeah.
Any black kit's gonna look good.
I wanted to ask you
I
too.
think.
I remember we were talking about Tottenham kits earlier,
Yeah.
and I wanted to get your thoughts on the brown kit,
Is
the
it
third
brown
kit.
or
I think it
gray?
is. It looks brown to me when they play,
I'm
but if it
colorblind,
looks,
so-
it could. Oh, you are?
well, slightly.
Okay, well, yeah.
So I can't tell if that's brown or gray because
It
I
could-
thought it was gray.
It could be either one, but
Yeah.
I mean, just their third kit, whatever color you think it is. I want to get your thoughts on it. If you liked it, if you didn't like it.
At first, I was like disgusted by it,
Yeah.
but it's starting to grow on me because I do like the black stripe that goes
Mhm.
down the side of the kit
Yeah.
and the pants.
Right.
I think it connects really well.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's starting to grow on me. They've had better third kits
I agree.
for sure. Like the one I wore
hmm
last episode. I think that was one of the better third kits they've ever
Yeah.
had. So
I agree.
There's been they've set a higher standard
For their
than for what they've put out this year. So yeah, it'll be interesting. But that'll bring us into my favorite segment, starting 11. First off, let's go back to last week. We did pretty well. We said we were shooting for 100.
yeah,
We were a little overzealous.
Little overzealous, but I mean,
still not a bad outing. We scored 82 points, 82.1, which was good for a 7.46 average. We'll call it 7.5 average. Some standouts. We had Girassi, my boy.
your boy, man, he
He
went off.
scored a hat trick, 9.9. I don't know how he didn't get a perfect 10. Those are hard
I don't
to
know
get.
what else he needs to do to get a perfect 10.
He's got a 9.9.
Yeah.
Benteke, so he actually didn't play in his game. So last minute, I
Something.
had to find somebody. I threw in Ollie Watkins.
Yeah, he had a good
7.3, not
performance.
terrible.
Yeah.
Jude Bellingham, star boy, always producing. He's always putting in 9 performances.
Oh yeah.
That's exactly what he did.
he'll be in there a lot.
8.9.
Looking at this list, man, I think our defense was really lacking in our picks.
Yeah.
A lot of 6.8, 6.4.
Yeah.
Kyle Walker and Kunde. Kunde didn't play.
Kunde, well,
Or did he play? He got
he
injured.
got hurt.
He got hurt.
He got hurt,
right.
so that was a little bit disappointing. And Mignon
That's
got a
right.
red card, and Olivier Giroud had to come and goal for AC Milan. That was pretty funny to
fun.
watch.
Yeah, that's not gonna help our points too much, but
Definitely got to improve our defensive picks.
oh yeah, I think we can safely say we had some good picks for this week.
Yeah, do you want to start us off?
Yeah,
with,
we can start us
our
off.
goal and defenders.
Our goalie, man, Danish goalkeeper Kasper Schmeichel. They have an international game tomorrow, I believe, Saturday, against Kazakhstan. So it'll be interesting to see how Denmark do. Shout out to Denmark.
Shout out Denmark.
You want to take us into our defense?
Yeah, so we got Alessandro Bastoni for Italy, just a big physical center back. They're going to be going against England. That game's on Tuesday, I think.
Cesar Montes from Mexico versus Ghana. Mentioned their first matchup against
First
each
ever
other.
matchup.
Yep. And then we have Gonzalo Ignacio for Portugal versus Slovakia. And then to finish out our defense, we have Pervis Estupinian for Ecuador versus Bolivia. So few fun games to watch there. Want to take us into our midfield as well?
Yeah, we got Carlos Gil for New England Revolution. They're going to be going against Nashville SC. Rodrigo De Paul, the Argentine, going against Peru. Douglas Costa for LA Galaxy versus Real Salt Lake. And then Dominic Soboslai for Hungary going against Serbia. That game, I think that game's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow or Sunday.
And then to finish out, we have our forwards. The first one, no surprise here, Erling Haaland for Norway versus Spain. I mean, it'll be fun to watch him for Norway.
It'll
But
be a fun game to watch.
And then to finish out, we have Rodrigo for Brazil versus Uruguay. So we talked about that matchup a little bit earlier, Brazil versus Uruguay. And yeah, that finishes out our starting 11. So we'll see how they can.
I like our defense a lot more in this one.
Yeah.
I really made sure that we had some really strong, reliable defenders on this one.
Yeah.
I think Ignacio and Bastoni, I'm expecting like 7.5, 8 out of them. So
No red cards from the goalkeeper either, I hope. That's not going to help us out too much.
no, I like it a lot.
Yeah.
So
we
got to bring us into stoppage time. You want to kick it off?
We got about a minute left. And we were going to talk about some Golden Boot predictions, but if you just wanted to give me one
off the top of my head.
off the top of your head.
I'm always going to want to say Sony.
Mm-hmm.
Sony's,
That would have been my
but,
pick. So
right now, I got to go Jude Bellingham.
Jude Bellingham?
He's talking the town. He's killing it. He's scoring goals. It's not just – he's a midfielder. He's like a box-to-box center mid, and he's scoring goals like left and right. So Jude Bellingham's my pick.
That's a good pick. I like that one. And then to finish out, I have a question for you about the Euros. If you were to pick one team, one under-the-radar team, so no France, no, Italy, those kinds of teams, one under-the-radar team to go all the way, who is it to finish us off?
Under the radar. I mean, Croatia aren't really under the radar, are they? They're kind of on the radar. They're 6th in the world, so I guess that doesn't count. I said it earlier. I'll go Denmark. Denmark's a really fun team.
There you go. Shout out Denmark again.
Shout out Denmark, man. They've got pieces.
They do.
They're a really fun team to watch. I think they could do it. They had a really disappointing World Cup in Qatar, and I think they're going to want to prove something in Euro 2024.
100%. I agree. Yeah. All right. That takes us into the end of our show here, but catch us on Sunday for the women's soccer game at UCSD.
Yes, sir. All right. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Footy Fridays, episode 3, next Friday at 1 o'clock.
Catch us next week.
Take care.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. We're back with Dunk Discussions this Friday with Daniel, Matthew, and Elmira. So we have a lot to talk about this week. Once again, even though the season didn't start, but what did you want to talk about? today? Because we had a plan. Like, our group chat has been going off the whole week.
Yeah,
I
it's
just
been
wondered,
absolutely.
what are you going to talk about?
Oh, dear. Okay, so I'm down. We have GM polls coming out, the NBA or surveyed GMs, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to compare the CBS Sports and the ESPN Top
Rating.
100. Don't worry, y'all. We're only going to do the top 10. Maybe slightly mention the top 20s or whatever, and then we're going to bring our own input to it. Put together our own top 10s out of
All of them?
looking at them.
Yeah.
We also
Are going to talk about Kai Jones.
Yeah, producer Matt brought this to our attention. Kai Jones,
Kai Jones and his live. I don't know. I think some NBA players should be banned from Instagram.
some
Okay,
people-
anyway, and
some
then-
people are actually banned from Instagram. I
Good.
guess.
Say
Not
that
literally
way.
NBA players, but yeah.
Then we have Victor Wembanyama and chat situation that we saw on
Yep.
Twitter. That's going to be very interesting to see.
Big matchup between those two, and we will again bring the full court press. A fast break presented to
Oh my
you
God.
by Matt, the producer,
Yes.
or producer Matt. I'm sorry.
Producer
talk
Matt,
to
Matt
me.
the
I
producer.
messed up his name.
It's okay. Okay, so what we're starting with today.
Yeah, we got some GM polls.
Okay.
So Matt, you want to bring up some of those GM polls? All right, so scroll up a little bit here. All right, I wanted
I
to
see some
talk
names.
about. Okay, so first off, Luka Doncic and Steph Curry were both rated as two of the top 3 point guards and shooting guards, and I think that they should make that illegal. And you can't just like all of a sudden be like a top 3 in 2 positions. That doesn't make any sense to me. First off,
Why not?
because Steph and Luka are point guards. They're not shooting guards. Devin Booker, who's the number 1 shooting guard with 63% of the vote. That's another thing. D-Book got 63% of the vote for best shooting guard, and Curry got 10%, and Luka got 7%. Yeah, it seems like it's just kind of silly. Like, are you voting for
disagree
them
with
for
that?
2? I do disagree with that. Like
Do
Jason,
you disagree with that too?
I disagree with the whole list in general.
Oh.
I don't think the GM survey. I don't think any of the GMs really take it serious. I think
okay,
they
yeah.
just like, okay, just do this and then get it over with.
Just get it over with.
I think they just pick the top players out of the top of their head and be like, oh, best point guard. Oh, Steph Curry. Best shooting guard. Okay, Devin Booker. Oh, Steph Curry's also a shooting guard. You know what I mean? I don't think they take it seriously as we might.
I don't know. I take it seriously.
Yeah.
I'm outraged. You make a Twitter post on this. X
You
post.
should.
Are they gonna change it from tweets to X's?
Yes. Probably. I mean, I think so.
It's called posts
Okay.
now.
Oh, they're
Huh?
just posts.
Yeah, they're posts.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
boring.
Okay.
It is.
X posts.
Okay.
I
My
don't know
opinion. My opinion on this. I don't care that y'all are gonna disagree with me. Honestly, I think that they deserve the places that they got.
I think that. I mean,
I think they do.
Steph
Because
Curry's
how are
the
you gonna
best
say
point guard
that?
in the league.
Look,
I
they even
guess.
brought up
I don't know.
statistics. What you guys are saying is that their opinion is not really relevant.
I mean, they do
And I
run
disagree with
NBA
that.
teams.
Because exactly, that's what I'm saying. Stephen Curry, Luka, Devin Booker. What's wrong? I think they deserve top positions. I don't think.
It's
No,
just
I
like when you
definitely
okay when you got what is it? We have so the top the top shooting guards in the NBA we have Devin Booker, Stephen Curry, Luka
Okay.
Doncic, Anthony Edwards, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. First up, Shai is a better shooting guard than Anthony Edwards is. Am I right?
Yeah,
I don't know. That's what I think.
absolutely.
And I
Okay.
also think that Luka and Steph Curry, they dribble the ball and set up the play too much to not be point guards.
Yeah, I think Steph Curry is the best point guard in the NBA right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's
Damian,
easy.
Exactly.
Damian
Doesn't it
Lillard
align
is
with
better than
Doesn't it
Shai.
align with what you're saying? Who's
Yeah.
the best point guard in
But
the
I
NBA?
think that
Stephen Curry.
It's just the
he has the
fall-
first
it's just the
position,
falling
and you
order
say that you
after
disagree with
it's
everything.
just the order after that. I'm
I
being a
think the
little
real issue
butthead
is
about
that
this.
like
You are.
Luka. I think Luka and Steph being part of 2 categories is the issue. Like,
yeah,
Why?
that's what
Yeah,
I'm
like-
Can you elaborate exactly why?
Because they dribble the ball all the time. I mean, sometimes Steph Curry plays off the ball because generally the point guard, the old school point guard sets up the play. They'll average like maybe 12, 13 points a game. But the new point guard just dribbles the ball a bunch and scores a bunch too. You know, like Damian Lillard averaged 32 points a game last season, which is insane for a point guard. And let's say like a guy like Isaiah Thomas from the 80s, he was considered one of the greatest point guards of all time, and he wouldn't crack 20 points a game.
But my question was, how is that wrong that they're both in the two categories? Because I thought you necessarily have an issue with them being in two categories at once.
Yeah, that is my issue.
Exactly, but don't you dribble the ball? Like, they all do.
Yeah,
They all
it's
dribble
just
the ball.
Exactly.
It's just the
So
amount
if
of
someone
time they
else-
have the ball in their hands. Also, where's Ja Morant? I
My
want Ja
favorite.
on this list. Where's Ja for the best
My
point guard?
favorite.
free job.
Free Ja. Wait till you get to my top 10 people. My guy.
I do not disagree with this. That's what I'm gonna say. I just love how we have different opinions on this, like all three of us.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna stick to what I said. I do not disagree with the top two in these specific two categories. I think they all deserve it. They all deserve the place. And I don't think that there's, I mean, when the awards, for example, are hosted, any kind of awards.
Yeah.
Sometimes people win in two categories. There's sometimes people are nominated for 5 and win nothing.
Good point.
Yeah,
good
and I
points.
mean, no, you're right. I mean, it is kind of the way the NBA is today. It's positionless basketball.
Yeah.
These guys. But then again, why aren't you just saying the top 5 players or whatever? Because if there is no position, then why are they even rating the top point guards, the top shooting guards, and
But
small
we're also
forwards?
looking
Who,
at
by the way, best small forward in the NBA, Jason Tatum. Let's go, number 0.
we're also looking at the
Gangrene,
Wait.
baby, let's go.
I mean,
Okay, let's scroll
Moving.
back. Let's scroll up the
I
list.
said what I
Let's
wanted
scroll
to
up the
say.
list, and we're gonna look at. Okay, so the Denver Nuggets got 70% of the vote to win the Western Conference. Are they that good?
I never honestly, I'm not gonna say anything because I've never seen them play. I would like scroll through games and I'd put it in the back and we'll cook up while I'm cooking something. Or that's it. I wouldn't really necessarily like look at how and what they're playing.
Yeah.
Like
See,
I can talk.
you-
I
you-
can
a
talk
lot of
more
people like
about. Okay, first of all, which conference is that? Up.
Western
Go. Can you go a little up? Eastern Conference
Eastern
rankings.
Conference.
Boston.
53?
I know Boston had this is like honestly I was talking we were talking to Matt about this before. This is one of the main reasons why I wanted to bring up the GM surveys, because even though we have the house Celtics fan, you know, like I am, whatever, I do not think that the Celtics have a better roster than the Milwaukee Bucks. And on two levels, to win the NBA Finals, the Celtics and the Nuggets are both tied with 33% of the vote, and Milwaukee's coming in after that with 23% of the vote.
The fact that
I think that's
Miami-
crazy because we were breaking down Milwaukee's roster last
last
week,
time.
and they are deep. They're stacked. They're big. They're huge.
The defense,
and
though.
the Celtics gave away all of their depth, and they basically have a top 6 that's really really good. And then after that, it's like, what are we gonna do?
My question is, why is Miami number 6?
Because Miami
3%, 3%, 10%, and
20%.
20%. Only
10%,
20%. Only 6. Only 20% of people think that Miami Heat is going to finish 4th.
It's
Yeah.
actually, and it's insane that New York is in front of them too.
Mm-hmm.
Like who's
That's what I'm talking
voting?
about. Who's voting?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Who's
I'm
voting?
saying
I need to be a GM if they think New York is better than Miami.
that's exactly what I'm saying
what
about
I'm
the
saying.
GM list. I'm like, they're giving it to their assistants. They be like, hey, assistant, I need you to rank these players real quick and get it to me by the end of the day. But like to go back to the Western Conference,
I'm just
70% for Denver,
first
I
of
think
all-
is crazy.
70% for Denver is insane, especially when you have Phoenix 23%, 23.
23.
I'm looking into that so deep because I don't know if I'm seeing it right
I
or
just
people are
don't-
lying like that. And then we have LA Lakers number 3% to be the first ones.
The biggest
First of all,
to
that's
me,
cap.
That's
to me
a
the
lie.
biggest disrespect on this entire list
Is Lakers.
is Sacramento coming in after New Orleans, the Clippers, and
oh my
Memphis.
god.
They don't have no votes until fourth
This
place.
is worse
Like
than
Sacramento came in second last year.
yeah,
They're killers, dude. And the Lakers should be.
number 1.
They're gonna be top 3.
Ex-
I
Well,
say
yeah,
they're
Well,
gonna win like
they
50.
are,
they
but
deserve
also,
more
like-
first place votes than what was it,
Exactly.
7? What was it, 3?
like they had like pregame preseason games with Golden State, they won.
They
Ev-
lost Golden State. They won their last 2.
They did. That's what I'm saying. So they're fixing themselves, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. They had a pretty big point difference too.
Yeah, they're a better. They're definitely a better
This
team.
is worse than
They're
president
huge,
election.
dude. The Lakers are massive, and they got
All I'm
they got
saying,
one guy in the top 10 in my opinion, and they got another guy, a top 15 player in the NBA. But yeah, no, they're dude, Rui, ugh.
yeah,
Rui, Austin
samurai.
Reeves. They got
my favorite.
who's that other guy they picked up last season, like at the trade deadline? It wasn't just
D'Angelo?
Yeah.
Okay, D'Angelo
D'Angelo.
Russell, dude. I was watching some of the preseason game the other night, and D'Lo had some nice dimes, dude.
Bro, he was dishing.
He
He was
was
the point
dishing it.
guard. I feel-
He's
you
a
know
real
what I'm saying?
point guard. That's what an old school point. He's more of an old school point guard. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah. D'Angelo Russell got a lot of heat for his play against Denver, so it's nice to see him.
This is
like,
worse than
be,
like
Hey,
really
you know
hot.
who might have started the new school point guard, the new era of point guards is Derrick Rose, who's now going to be with the Memphis Grizzlies.
Really, cause like his attack first, score first mentality.
Yeah, score first, pass second. You know what I mean?
I can see it. I
Yeah.
see it. You know what I'm
Playing above the rim. Point guards never played above
Yeah,
I don't
the
know
rim.
how he's
right.
gonna. I don't know how he's gonna settle with that mentality when he's playing with Jay Morant.
Yeah, well, he's going to get a lot of playtime the first 25 games
Yeah,
of the
he's
season
starting.
Yeah.
while
Starting
Ja's
for
out.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he start. It's well,
True,
him and
but-
Marcus Smart. So Marcus Smart's basically going to slide into that Dylan Brooks spot.
Yeah.
But he's not going to
Okay,
be
so he's
dumb
gonna
and
be good.
get a bunch of
Okay, true, valid.
silly technicals, get kicked out of the game. You know,
Right.
he might get fined a bunch for flopping because I think that they're going to enforce some flopping rules this season too.
Did see that.
So the Celtics saw that. Hey, look, I don't want to throw a bunch of shade on my boy Marcus. Marcus is my guy. I really do love Marcus, but a big part of his game is to sell the contact, if you will, as they like to say. But yeah, he might get fined a couple times, but he's still a good defender. What else were we going to talk about on this list here? We got Oh, who would you start your NBA team with? Where's that list?
Ooh.
If you're going to start a franchise today, who
Wait, go
would
down
the
No, up a little.
I remember Wemby was second
Like-
and Jokic was first.
Yeah, Jokic is good.
Most likely for a breakout season. My boy, hey, my guy
If you were starting
Paulo
a
Baquero
franchise
is number
today,
3 or 4 on that
okay,
list.
okay.
Yeah.
The question is, if you were starting a franchise today and could sign any player in the NBA, who would it be? Jokic is number 1. 33% of people voted for him.
How old is Jokic?
Old.
He's like, is he 30
Is he?
yet? I feel like he's 20. I'm going to guess 28.
No, I think he's like 32.
Oh, you got something that's up there.
It's okay. So the
see-
second one was Victor Wembanyama. He voted 23%. I don't know why people okay. First of all, I wanted to ask, why do people have so much faith in him?
Wait, who?
Victor Wembanyama.
Oh, great. It's in Korean.
Okay, it's okay.
We-
I,
22 Less Radio, where
In
the
Korean.
internet is in Korean. Sorry.
How old is he?
It
Can you
doesn't say
see?
on here.
Go to scroll up. Oh, do the
28.
NBA. Oh, he's 28.
Mhm.
Ah, I called it. 28.
I always overestimate.
he looks older.
Yeah.
Okay,
we have
over Victor
Giannis.
over Giannis is
it's
crazy.
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's crazy.
He hasn't played one game in the
That's
NBA.
what I'm
He's a
saying.
champion and a 2-time MVP.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and he's not.
Okay,
not
look,
that old.
Hear
either,
me out.
you know what I
We
mean?
have
Right.
Jokic number 1.
33%.
Respectfully, and no matter how much I was defending this man last episode, Victor Wembanyama is supposed to go lower because Giannis, Luka, and Anthony Edwards being lower than him in the rating? No. I'm so sorry.
It's a
No.
lot of clout, man.
Too much. People have too much. Like, I mean, I've seen the way he plays. He plays great, but also, like, let's be less delusional. Let's be more for real.
Less delusional.
Giannis is
Mhm.
supposed to be number 2 at least. Luka number 4, 3. I would like if I was voting, I would have went Nikola, then I would go Luka, then I would go Giannis, then I would go Anthony Edwards, and then I would go Victor Wembanyama because That's my opinion.
I could
That's
see
my
that. I mean,
opinion.
see, I'm actually a little surprised that Anthony Edwards is up there. I mean,
You think
Ant-Man
so?
is good.
Yeah. Ant-Man's been getting a lot of hype.
He's been getting a lot of hype. I mean, so after that, you know what it is, actually, now I'm thinking about it. So after he played with the USA,
Yeah.
and Steve Kerr called him out over dinner. He's like,
Yeah.
man, you don't work hard enough. You're like, you blah, 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 all that stuff. You got to get a
I
better
saw that.
diet.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, no, I work out till I'm tired now. And like so maybe that's why everybody's hyping him up, because Steve Kerr and all those other coaches
I
got in his
mean,
head, and he's going
he
to be
probably
this just like
sees- he
animal in the
probably-
gym, you know. But
He probably sees the results of his own work. That's why.
yeah,
But to
also,
me, even having Victor there.
but what about Shea? What about Shea? Shea
Yeah,
Gilgeous
Shea-
Alexander got 31 a game last season.
Yeah, he got some votes, but he didn't make the top 5.
Shea.
JT's up
Steph-
there.
Steph Curry.
Jason
Curry. See,
Tatum.
Steph Curry's too old. If you're
I
gonna
don't
start your
think-
team today, and you'd be like, the only granted, everybody out in listening land, he got less than 7% of the vote. They're just also receiving votes, so he could have gotten 1 or 2 votes. It's not like the guy was up there. But Steph Curry to start your team off with right now, it seems like,
That's why.
what is he,
LeBron-
35, 34, something like that?
Yeah.
35.
We're gonna have him for a year or two.
Would you start your quick question? Would you start your team with LeBron though?
See, the
At
only
39?
reason
I don't think so.
The only reason I would do it with LeBron would be like a Udonis Haslem kind of thing. Like he's a coach on the bench. He's coming in. He's gonna think about if he ends his career like that. If he's okay with just being a bench guy that gets like averages 2 minutes a game, LeBron's gonna play at least 60.
He
I
might.
don't think so. I don't think
might-
he's ready for that though.
He might do that whenever his son gets into the league. When he wants to play
That's
with
what I'm
his
saying.
son,
I was
he
about
does
to
that.
bring
true.
that up. He wanted to play with
Yeah.
his son.
Yeah. No, you know what I saw on Instagram the other day? It was like an anniversary of, speaking on that, of Ken Griffey Jr. and Ken Griffey Sr. hitting back-to-back home runs. Only
Yeah.
time that's ever happened. So, I mean, different sport, but that would be sick to see him just head down the court and just drain a couple threes back-to-back.
Yeah.
Get a swat.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that on the list, I feel pretty cool about it. I do agree with the. It's kind of weird. I didn't even notice this. 23%. Celtics and Bucks both had the best offseason moves.
I agree.
The most
Would you agree?
underrated. Yeah. Oh yeah. I think that. I mean,
Because you were so against this list in the beginning.
I
You're
think
like,
Lakers
I
had a
disagree with
better offseason
everything.
than Portland.
I feel and it might just be me just being really nervous all the time. Anybody talks good about the Celtics, but I think the Celtics got rid of way too much of their depth, personally. And that's what I was going to bring up, the depth that they got rid of, because on the top 2 on the list of most underrated acquisitions are Marcus Smart and Grant Williams.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I think that I like Joe Mazzulla. I was just listening to him on the Old Man in the 3 pod with JJ Redick, and he seems like a really good guy, Joe Mazzulla, and he knows a lot about. He's honestly talking about like mental, like your headspace and all sort of stuff. So he's a heady guy, but he took Grant Williams out of the rotation late in the season, and I don't know. Grant Williams seems like a really good all around player, and he improved Dallas. So.
One thing that I wanted to mention, I love when athletes talk about mental health.
Yeah, no, you got. I'll send you
Because
the link to this
they-
podcast. It's
yeah, you
really, really
should.
good.
You
Yeah.
send it to the group chat. What I was saying
Yeah.
and thinking, because the way that athletes are supposed to portray themselves as such a tough, like, consistent person and human being, but then at the end of the day, people assume that they don't have any issues in their head, but they're still regular people. They still do. So I think I love listening to podcasts when athletes talk about their mental health or just mental health in general, or how they bring more attention to mental health issues. I think that's important. It got really sad. Let's switch.
Well, yeah, like speaking on that, like, and I might be mixing up fear with another word, but it was something along those lines where he said that the big thing was about him was not being afraid to be afraid, or not trying to avoid fear, and where he
Go against it.
just when it happens, just be like, okay, this is happening, I'm experiencing it. Like,
Yeah.
that's totally cool.
It's the same way.
If I'm not feeling it, that might be an even bigger problem.
It's the same way people turn their nerves into excitement.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's how we filmed our first episode, by the way. Shout out. Anyways.
Okay. All right. I say we.
Okay,
You want
do
to
you
move
think
on to
we're
some
done?
top 10 lists or what?
Yeah, 100. Let's go.
Let's
Let's
talk
go to
about
the ESPN. ESPN, was it 100?
Well,
it's 10. We're gonna
it
check
is
out
the top
top 10.
100, but we're not doing all.
We're
all
gonna
100.
look at CBS top
Well,
10 and ESPN top 10.
This is a 1-hour show.
Okay, see some names.
So
Okay,
let's
some
lay
names.
down the top 10s from CBS Sports and ESPN, and then maybe
So-
we'll take a little break and come back
Yeah,
with our own.
With our drama.
Yeah.
We are looking currently at
Okay, so-
CBS.
Go ahead, though.
Are we gonna start from the bottom?
No, number one's got to be a secret. That's got to be the teaser. We're going to build from 10 to 1.
Oh, okay. Do you have the ESPN one too? Just so we can compare.
Yeah, I
Like look at
could.
them and compare.
Oh yeah,
Do you
try
wanna
to put them
start?
on like next to each other. That's a good idea. Yeah.
Do
So
you wanna
open
start?
up a new window. So we can have them just like boom right next to each other. So first off, just because I remember, there you go.
Period.
I remember it's
Damian.
Dame
Lillard.
Dollar Sign,
Mm,
Damian Lillard, and Jimmy Butler, number 9, I think.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's funny they don't have emo Jimmy hair on that list. They have
had the
Haitian
last
Jimmy.
year's, yeah.
like Jimmy. Remember? Did you guys see? What was that movie? Bad Boys number 2,
Yeah.
and they
I
were
heard
dealing
about
with the
it.
Haitians. He looked like he could have been in that movie.
He looks so tired. I'm sorry, just the picture of Nikola Jokic popped up.
I know Jokic. He is the least happy MVP.
Did you not
Ever.
see him dancing to his national like songs, like the one that is like
He was in
cultural?
Siberia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
No.
not Serbia.
Serbia.
My bad.
Serbia.
Siberia.
Siberia. Elle knows all about Siberia.
Oh, okay.
She told me
Serbia,
she's been there.
Serbia.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I did.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's Serbia, and I seen him dance. Honestly, best thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm trying to move like that when I'm 28. Honestly.
All
Okay,
right,
and
10 to 1, the top one right there. Yeah,
Mhm.
we'll just do 10 to 1. That's fine. Even though they got some splaining to do for. Okay, so
Okay.
number 10 is Anthony Davis for ESPN.
And for CBS, we have Damian Lillard as number 10. Do you
Okay,
agree?
so let's go 10 to 1. Let's go 10 to 1 on one of them. And we'll go 10 to 1 on the other one. All right.
Okay.
All right, you go CBS and
The
or
other
do you
one
want to do
is-
ESPN?
I don't care. Up to you.
You do ESPN, I'll do CBS.
Okay. I mean, Anthony Davis is number 10 for ESPN. Then we have 9 LeBron James. What? I'm looking at this for the first time. Number 8, Shai Alexander.
SGA.
Kevin Durant. Number 7,
Mm-hmm.
6, Jason Tatum.
Uh,
5, Stephen Curry. Wow. I mean, okay. Number 4, Luka Doncic.
Luka the Don.
And then number 3, Joel. I can see the
Joel Embiid.
Embiid. Number 2, Nikola Jokic. And then number 1, Giannis.
Big Giannis.
Giannis is number 1.
What does it look like for ESPN? Like no one's good enough. Like putting LeBron as number 9 is.
It's
Okay. I mean,
I-
I if I was heartless and emotionless, that's the rating I would do.
I don't know.
honestly.
I'm gonna leave. Like I said, I'm gonna reveal my top 10 after the break. But like,
Go with
I
the,
disagree with that list almost entirely.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, go with the CBS then. Let's see what they have.
Yeah. So we got CBS. Click over on that one. All right. So like I said, okay, we're starting out. Damian Lillard, number 10. Jimmy Butler, number 9. Devin Booker, D-Book, who one of the top 2 mid-range shooters in the NBA, in a 3-happy league. They got number 8, Devin Booker. All right. Jason Tatum, number 7. And then this is where it gets way. So first off, the 9 and 10 completely different for CBS and ESPN, right? Wait,
Yeah.
scroll up. Did I get numbers?
Yeah, you did. Number 6.
Yeah, you got Joe.
No, I didn't say
Oh,
Embiid.
Joe.
Yeah,
Joe
Embiid
Embiid.
is number 3 on ESPN. He's number 6 on CBS. Okay, here we go. Kevin Durant, I think he was 5 on both of them.
Yeah. No. He was 7 on ESPN.
Oh, he was 7? Okay.
Yeah.
Luka Doncic, number 4.
That's same for
Luka. Steph, number 3, which
Number
is pretty crazy.
What?
And then
Can
they
you
got
stop?
Giannis. Whoa, go.
Okay, Giannis.
Steph is number 3. Yeah.
Stephen, can I turn around for number 1? I'm scared.
Yeah, so we got Giannis
already know what it
Antetokounmpo
is.
as number 2, and then the Joker, Nikola Jokic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought
Jokic
it
is
was
number
gonna be-
1.
Okay, that's good. I agree with that.
Who
I
did you think it was going to be?
I don't know, some
You thought Jokic was going to be
whoever.
off the top 10?
Jay Moran. I don't know.
He's
I'll get scared.
Jokic
I
is
was like,
unstoppable.
I look at their. He is.
The
I
dad
don't know.
bod god.
I just,
Yeah, you like that, huh?
I just sometimes I look at those ratings and the same way we looked at the first one, and I was like, who votes? Who is making those?
Well, these ones are the media. So it's the people that work for CBS and it's the people that work for ESPN that
Yeah,
that do
obviously.
these rankings, and they average it out. So it's like everybody puts in their top 100, and then they just average it out after that.
Yeah.
So that's how they end up there.
Which one do
It's
you agree
crazy.
more with? say?
CBS more.
Yeah, I think CBS is a little bit more accurate. But
We don't. Even
Yeah.
Have, we don't even. Sorry. We don't even have LeBron on the CBS one.
That's
yeah,
true.
not in the
I
top
disagree
10.
with that.
He's just
number
outside. He's
12.
number 12.
He's number 12. I can't have Anthony Davis in my top 10 though.
That's something we could talk about after the break, man.
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Okay.
Commercial break.
Commercial break. We'll be right back.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when they send the payment. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the...
And welcome back, guys, on Friday the... Oh my god, I can't speak. Friday the 13th.
Friday the 13th.
Dunk discussions. So,
I
what
just
did we
want to
stop
get
on?
something off my chest before we do this
Go
real
ahead.
quick. Nobody even noticed my brand new one bite. T-shirt. I got it for my birthday.
First of all, happy birthday to my big man
appreciated.
Daniel.
Yeah,
in the
my birthday
building.
yesterday.
Happy belated birthday, Daniel.
All right.
Okay, so
That's it.
you were talking about your own top 10.
My
before we
own
left
top
off.
10. All right, here we go. Did you put one together, El? Oh, you were running around all day today. Very
No,
busy day.
I
So all
just-
I
Matt,
guess you could.
I
you
can
could be
go
the judge.
with.
yeah,
last
you
time.
can, you should actually judge who has a better top 10.
Okay,
That's a
next
good
time we're
idea.
gonna do the vice versa. I didn't make one up because, not because I was running around.
Well, we
I
did
can
it last
have-
minute.
Oh, also that, but I would say that it would be pretty easy to me. But I don't have the top 10. I can give it a top 5.
Oh, you can give me top 5. All right.
But
Well, I'm
no,
gonna give
not
you my
today. Not
top-
today. It's your
not
turn.
today. All right.
It's your turn, and then
Okay.
Sounds good to me. All right, you want to go first,
ahead.
producer Matt, or you want me to go first?
Go ahead, man.
Okay, so I'm actually gonna go from 1 to 10 because I think that the bottom of my top 10 is actually a little bit more of a controversial move. It's gonna raise a couple more eyebrows, maybe a little more
Your
of
number
a
one?
conversation start. No, my number 10.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So, it's-
I can-
so my number 10, it's honestly one of your favorite people to talk about. So
If you put LeBron there,
no, I have
Okay.
I have LeBron in my top 10, like for sure. Like,
Who-
okay,
just
I'm
give
just gonna
it
tell you. I'm just gonna tell you.
Look,
Alright,
look,
you ready? Okay. I got the Joker's number 1,
Mhm.
which is like easy for me. Does Giannis is number 2,
okay.
Embiid is number 3. Okay, for me, Embiid wins MVP last year. Giannis perennial candidate. Joker's won 2 out of the last 3 MVPs. Yeah.
I wouldn't
Boom.
judge that.
Steph Curry number 4. He's still there.
Okay, fair enough. Fair
LeBron
enough. Like,
is the-
hardly, but
LeBron is number 5. I got LeBron as my best player in the league at 39 years old. Okay, so I'll explain.
okay. Try.
Steph Curry, at least, and I know we just talked a bunch of smack on it, but on the GM poll, he is the most influential player as far as changing your game plan for. And he still has that. And
Okay.
as long as he's on the Warriors, they're a championship. Maybe not they're a threat to make a deep run in the playoffs.
Okay.
All right. So that's why I have Steph right there. I also have LeBron on that list because, I mean, the Lakers are projected to be the third best team in the Western Conference. If you take him off of that team, they are not even getting any votes. So even though he's 39 years old, he still puts up. I don't know what his numbers were last year, but it was like. I don't know, probably like
I don't remember either,
25, 8, and
honestly.
8. You want to pull up his numbers, LeBron?
Yeah, he like averaged like 29 for sure.
LeBron was averaging. He's averaging 29. I mean, it's like, are you sure 29 points?
Yep.
That's crazy. Okay, so
I think so too.
you got to just hit enter. 27.2, which is still very impressive for 27, 7.5, and 7.5 rebounds and 7.3
3.
assists.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no, that's his career average.
But last year you were talking about?
Yeah.
Last
Scroll
season?
down. Watch. If you just scroll down and hit that top one. No. To the top link.
Right here?
No. Down. Right there. It should just give you his little stat line. Okay, and then
Number 6.
we're moving on. My guy, Jason Tatum.
Okay.
So last year he averaged 28.9. You were
Yeah,
right. He
see?
averaged 29. 8.3 rebounds, 6.8 assists. I mean, that guy. Those are
50.
top 10 player stats
Exactly.
for a contender too. Like they went to the conference finals, man.
Yeah,
Like,
but also I have a question for
those-
you. What exactly were you basing off? Like, what did you take into the account when you were making your top 10? Stats, popularity.
Not necessarily
Either team.
popularity, because Jokic wouldn't be number 1 if it was for popularity. Like you said, nobody watches Denver Nugget games unless it's the NBA
Okay,
Finals.
I didn't say
And, like,
that. Don't
well,
take my words
no,
like
no,
this.
okay, no,
Because
okay.
people are
you
gonna be
didn't
like,
say,
people are gonna be
I'm
like,
saying that, but I'm using you as an example because you're like, I didn't watch that many Denver Nugget games. Right?
yeah, but that's because I literally recently got into the NBA.
Right, but they were the best team in the NBA last year.
Okay, good
and
for them.
It's just they, like he's,
Damn, I
he's,
felt attacked. I was like you said, no one watches. I was like, I didn't say that.
I mean, I didn't watch that many games. I just follow
Terrible.
it, and like when he's just
I agree, but there-
Jokic might be the greatest all-around player that
Yeah. Yeah.
since LeBron, really. I mean, LeBron is great at passing. He's just it's really weird because they're both great all-around players, but Jokic is nowhere close to the athlete that LeBron is.
Yeah.
LeBron is like the model
king.
human being. You know what I mean? Like
The
he has
king.
this he's just
The go. Yeah.
yeah. He's
I
like
agree.
he's like Hercules walking amongst us,
100%.
right?
Do you want to
okay.
move to number 6?
So LeBron, and then I got Tatum,
Uh-huh.
number 6, just putting up numbers, leading the Celtics almost since he's been
been
in the
there,
league to
yeah.
championship contention. I have Luka at number 7, and that's mainly he dropped down to number 7 on my list mainly because his teams don't perform as well as the other people on this list.
Okay.
And essentially that's why I have Luka at 7, Lillard at 8. Lillard, his team wasn't very good either, but Lillard averaged 32 points a game, which is just very, very impressive,
Okay.
right? So they're kind of like 7 and 8.
Okay.
And it's not necessarily Luka's fault. You know, Luka just doesn't have that great of a team around him,
Yeah.
but that's basically why I have
Okay,
him
number
at
9.
7. Number
For number
9.
10, you show me, and then people are gonna see my reaction.
Number 9, it's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, an
Okay.
ascending ball club, an ascending baller, and again, averaged over 31 points a game. And rounding
Okay,
out,
I agree. I would not say no.
rounding out the top 10, I got my guy Ja Morant, which on either of these two lists that we brought up before, he was like, I think he was like 19 and 20 something
I
or
just
something like
think
that.
he deserves more,
Or
even though he's absent.
He's a great basketball player. He just needs to stay on the court, not get suspended. He needs to keep his head on right. But I mean, as far as basketball players go, and I was on the fence between him and Jimmy. I wanted to put Jimmy in the top 10, but it's just this came down to stats between him and Jimmy. But Jimmy's a better leader. If you were to ask me the question, who you're going to start a team with, Jimmy or Ja, it would be Jimmy. You know, which is I didn't even consider that, but like having said that, that might take Ja to the top 10. I don't know.
I'm just reading the chat. Jerry said, I would never want Daniel to grade my homework assignments. Why so strict on
You
the
know what I'm
rankings?
saying? Like,
Why so strict on the rankings?
But those
Why?
are the
What-
rankings,
what-
though. I agree.
Well, I want to hear what Jerry. Keep commenting. I want. What do you
Jerry,
mean,
what are you trying
what
to
do you
say?
mean strict? Like Luka being number 7?
Because, okay, listen, NBA and any kind of sport is obviously a competitive sport. When you go to the rankings, for example, as a person who doesn't know what an NBA is, when you go to the rankings, you want to see the truth. You want to see the honest opinion of people.
Yeah.
Like, I disagree with the rankings that we first looked at, but the CBS ranking is pretty much, okay, true. And then ESPN ranking is too. Yours ranking is, I agree with that too.
I like
Even
it.
though every single player is like on a different position, but I agree with it. And I think that there is no strict rankings. A ranking is a ranking. You're literally evaluating people based on something.
Yeah.
So
As far
Is
as
it
I
really
like
strict?
Jerry Press.
As
I
far
like
as
Jerry Press.
as far as guys knocking on the door of the top 10, De'Aaron Fox is definitely like banging on that door super hard. And Jimmy Butler, honestly, Jimmy Butler should probably be top 10 over Ja, but I'm leaving him at 10, leaving Ja at 10. And the most surprising thing that I saw on these lists, because I did scroll down a bit, Kyrie Irving is like the 35th ranked player. And that was another thing that we talked about, just being on the court, you know, like when he's on the court, he's
Yeah.
got the best handles maybe in NBA history.
But I feel like you
Okay,
say that
guys.
about so many players. Like, if they were just to play, because, like, if Kawhi Leonard were to play
someone said
60 to
Yeah.
70 games,
Right.
he would be a top 10 player. 'cause he's
Easily.
Easily.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
someone
No, he's-
said
yeah, skill-wise. he should-
Dame Time is my guy.
Yeah, baby. Damian Lillard, dude. He wasn't on the, like, I like Dame. I like his game.
Dame is definitely top 10 in terms of talent. I don't know. Do you guys want to?
I want to hear your. She's gonna tell us who has a better
Look,
top 10
talk
between
to
us
me.
two. You gotta
Talk to
say
me.
it, baby.
Where you want
Let's
to?
do it.
You want to go from 1 to 10?
It's up to you, man.
All right.
I
You
had
can
a
start
reason
with
I
Okay,
went
the
from
same
1 to 10,
way,
but
your
usually
number
you go
10,
10
the
to 1.
lowest one, do you think he'll surprise me or no?
10 is more surprising than 1.
Okay, then show me 10, and then you're gonna say it out loud the same way.
All right, I'll start from 1 then.
Okay.
I got Nikola Jokic.
Okay.
Easy, same reason, like best player in the league, Finals MVP, champion, best player in the league. Simple. 2, Giannis. I can't say his last name.
Antetokounmpo?
There you go.
I practiced it. I probably still said
Obviously,
it wrong.
their 1 and 2 is, I think it's just no questioning that these two are the best players in the league. For 3, I got Steph Curry. I think he's the best player. He's the best point guard in basketball, like I said earlier. And a couple years ago, you could still argue that he is the best player in the league. He's still like that 35 range is very like in terms of basketball players, like very like if certain players could hit it, they could grow their game. Because LeBron, back when he was 35, he ended up winning a championship. So I got Stephen Curry at 3. 4, I have Joel Embiid. I think it's more so he could have been 3 if he performed better in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I feel like he's a great regular season player, but when it comes to that playoffs, he can't get past the second round. So that's why he slid down 1 spot for me. 5, I have Kevin Durant. And injury.
That might be what Jerry was talking about. I don't have KD on my top 10.
See, Kevin Durant, in terms of talent, he's there. And, yeah, there's some issues with injuries maybe, and his being able to be on the court might be an issue to some players. But
some rankers.
Yeah.
But I think he's still top 5 talent in the league. And when he gets on the floor, you can't stop him. Like, you can't block his shot. You can't. And when he gets to the post, he's just dominant. For 6, for the longest time, I believe this player was top 5. And over the past couple years, I think he slid out because other players got better and he got a little, not worse, but, just a little older in his performance. On the court, I have LeBron James at 6.
Okay.
LeBron James, still top 10 at 39, which is crazy. Because at 39, you telling off you probably should be on the bench and getting out of the league. But at year 21, 39 years old, you're still top 10. That's saying something.
Yeah.
And 7, I have Jason Tatum. I think it's like Joel Embiid. Like he's great in the playoffs, and then sometimes he doesn't show up in the playoffs, which is like frustrating. It's like
someone said
Tatum, come on, like you're supposed to be the superstar.
Someone said Chris Shaw doesn't play basketball.
Who?
In the chat.
What did they say?
Dame time is my god.
No, lower.
Who doesn't play basketball?
Look at my phone.
To round out my top 10, I'm gonna say Luka Doncic. He's a great regular season player.
You say Luka Doncic is
in the playoffs.
number 10?
That's Jacob.
Oh, okay, number 8. Okay.
That's OG Jacob right there.
And I think Luka, great regular season team. I think he would be higher if he was able to get into the playoffs and show what he could do. He definitely has a couple moments. Like there was a moment, game winner in the bubble, that he was able to hit against the Clippers, to show that he was like he could perform in the playoffs. Number 9, I have Anthony Davis.
Wait,
I definitely think
who was it again?
Luka Doncic.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
And then number 9, I have Anthony Davis. I 100% think he's top 10. That's not just being a homer, but like I think it's a lot of people harp on his ability to not score, or being inconsistent in his scoring, and it's like okay, I can understand that. Like your talent is top 5, and your inability to sometimes be quiet on the offensive end is very annoying and very eye-opening. But defensively, he's there every night.
He's a great defender.
He's
a great
arguably
defender,
one of the best defenders in the league, which I could see Anthony Davis like in that regard, where he could be so destructive and generational on the one side of the ball. I don't believe he should be out of the top 10.
And he is a good scorer. He's just not a power. He's not a power post up guy. I don't hate Anthony Davis. I just don't think he is top 10 because, like I said with LeBron, like if you take LeBron off that team, they're nowhere close to being a contender.
Okay.
Okay.
But also
Fair.
Luka, his team's not contenders, and he's really good. You know,
Right.
I just, you know, I like him.
I feel that.
I just don't think he's top 10. I think he's more like a 12,
Okay.
13 guy.
12,
Do you-
13.
Say your top 10 right now. The
My
10.
10th player, I have Devin Booker.
Okay. Which he was 8 on CBS, right?
Yeah, he was 8 on
He was 8 on
CBS,
CBS.
and he was like 11th. He was 11th on ESPN. It's just he's able. I think he translates his game. He translated his game from the regular season to the offseason regular season to the postseason very well. He elevated that.
Yeah.
He was able to be arguably the best player on the court during the playoffs for his team, even better than Kevin Durant. And I definitely think he's not the best player on his team, but I definitely think his performance in the playoffs deserves him. in the
Guys,
top 10
we
spot.
have 15 minutes left.
So wait,
Would you
real
like
quick
to-
before
yeah, go ahead.
before the verdict comes out on this by Judge L. Darmanian, we are residing in the court of Judge L. I just wanted to defend my Kevin Durant not being in the top 10, especially since you kind of made my point with Kawhi Leonard, right?
Right.
Okay, 2019-2020 season, he did not play one game. In the 2020-21 season, he played 35 games. In the next season, he played 55, and the season after that, he played 47 out of an 82-game season. The guy is not on the court almost just about as much as Kawhi
He used
Leonard
to.
is.
I hear
So-
you on that,
But you gotta
That's-
give it to him, though.
but yeah,
Yeah.
like just I don't know, talent wise, and when he is on the court,
He'll never
He's
disappoint.
great. Same thing with Kawhi, though.
Destructive, yeah.
Same thing with Kawhi, though.
Do you want me to tell you which one was better?
Yeah.
yeah.
I just had to throw that out there. I just had to throw it out there. I just needed to.
Look, don't.
We need a camera on producer Matt.
You
by
know,
the way.
talk
He
to me,
talks
come
way too much to
on.
not have a
You
camera.
know, I got.
I don't know. Honestly.
Aw,
If
come
I
on.
say I disagree-
Oh, don't tease. Don't tease me.
I'm not teasing no one. I'm saying I agree with like 70% of both, and I
70%?
disagree with like 30%.
What do you disagree with then?
She thinks Luka's the best in the league. That's what it is.
No, I
like-
don't. I just think if you guys give me your lists, and then next time,
Okay.
I'm gonna
Teaser,
give you
little
mine.
cliffhanger to next week.
guys,
Which, by
you
the way,
have to stay tuned now. You have to know my
Look,
opinion.
Blink
now
twice.
that
and
is
my
a
list was better.
that's a savvy media move right there.
That's crazy.
That's
you
a
see how
savvy-
you turned away?
Yeah. No. And like that's what it would turn away. 'cause She
Exactly.
thinks mine's
I'm
better.
giving
So.
you guys
I
a
guess.
teaser. We're gonna see what happens next time. But for
Ne-
now, that we
So
have
next week. Okay. Yeah. Go
10
ahead.
minutes,
Well, I'll
12
talk
minutes
about next
left.
week at the
We
end.
have literally like 13, 12 minutes left.
Okay.
We have two things to talk about, and I think we should decide if we're picking one or the other one. We have the Kai Jones drama, and then we have Victor Wembanyama and Chat.
Yeah. So
Would you like
we
about-
did
would you
just
like
have a
to
lot of
talk
fun.
about-
Kai Jones is kind of a sad thing to talk about.
Yeah.
We could mention it real quick. Just Kai Jones.
What happened? Yeah.
He.
We can play. On
No,
Twitter.
I don't.
Yeah,
He
on
did a
Twitter,
Twitter post.
a couple weeks ago, he had seemingly a mental breakdown, and he just went off.
It was
in a-
Instagram Live, and he was acting
Oh, it
very
was Instagram
confusing,
Live,
and
okay.
people in the comments did not want, like, I've heard some people say that he got what he wanted because Hornets released him after
Yeah,
after
they
he was
released him.
absent, and then I wasn't necessarily on the live. I just saw some bits of it, and where he was saying like I'm better than LaMelo Ball, and like I just don't
he
know.
was
If I
dissing his
have-
teammates.
if I have an opportunity to say goodbye to Hornets, I will, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it's like it seems like he's basing this all off of
Like,
one dunk in
I
summer
just-
league too. That was a bad dunk, dude. You know what I'm
Yeah.
talking about?
I mean-
He dunked on somebody.
oh yeah, he dunked on Victor. I
On
think.
Victor, right?
Yeah, in
Was it
Summer
Victor?
League, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
he yammed him.
Yeah.
I saw that too. But I'm just saying,
Yeah, he ended up
he
getting
did
waived.
not look good.
Yeah,
No,
that
he looked
way.
like he had like it looked like he had like hair dye dripping down the side of his face and
Yeah.
stuff too. I was like,
I
at first I thought he had like
it's
a
a very
tattoo that
sad
looked like his
situation
hair dye.
because I don't think anyone who feels because there are a lot of assumptions coming up. Like, people think he was under the influence of something. People
Yeah.
think that he was going through a mental breakdown. People think that he had anxiety, whatever he might have. I just think that I hope he's doing better right now. And what I think, no one should have access to social media in that kind of state. Because people will assume things that can make it worse. Like, but I saw whatever he said and everything. I just think we should, talking about Wembanyama and chat. Should we move on to that? Should we
Yeah.
show the Twitter thing that
best
we
love,
saw?
good luck to Kai.
Yeah,
I
100%.
hope that everything
just
works
hope he
out
gets
and he gets
better
around the
and-
right people.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Would you guys expect him to publicly apologize, or
I don't think so.
not
I
at
was
th- not
looking
at
at his
this
Twitter,
moment,
and he's
He
far
was
away
going
from
off, and he's not-
apologizing.
he-
He's saying he's going to beat LeBron in one-on-one and stuff. and-
I've seen that too.
yeah.
Anyways, going back, we have Victor Wembanyama in chat.
Yeah.
That amazing piece of art. Can we show it, please?
Can we
I
show
watched
don't
it
know if we
like
can show
5 times. Can
What?
we?
Well, we talked to Michael about showing Twitter stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We just have to say we got it from Twitter. So maybe if you look up Twitter or X. Do you have an X?
I do.
Yeah, get on your X, and I'm sure they have the highlights on there.
Okay, I feel like if we can look up the article, any article, it will show the article and where we got it from.
Yeah. Okay, we could do. Yeah.
Just look up Chat versus Wemby.
So yeah, they traded threes in the third quarter.
It looked great.
Wemby headbutted Chet in the jaw.
But an acrobatic scoop, that was something else.
That was really sweet.
That was wow.
That was really
Like,
sweet.
I was watching it and I was
The
like,
old
okay.
up and under.
Mhm.
The old up and under. Yeah. The whoop de whoop.
Yeah. And Chet Holmgren, how do you say his last name correctly?
You said it.
Holmgren?
You said
Yeah,
it, yep.
that was it. Holmgren.
They stole the show. In
Yeah,
NBA
there was
preseason
also a
debut.
little drama.
There's always drama.
Um,
I mean, they have been having drama since before they got into the NBA, I think.
I don't know. They're
I've
probably just
heard
like look
that.
at each other. They're like, dude, we are too much
And one
the
of them
same
is
build.
21 and the other one is 19. And I can't. Can we look? Oh my God. That looks.
We're watching some highlights right now.
Can you do it again?
So first off, like I don't know who's skinnier. They're both like, look at that picture. So we got a picture of them playing internationally, and it's
And
like,
then, did you see the way Victor walked off?
yeah, when they shook
like-
hands. Oh no, when he
No, he
when he
flexed.
When he
Yeah, when
flexed,
he-
on him.
I was like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
when he
he
put his
flexed on him.
head
yeah.
on him. That's
then-
the drama.
And then
Here.
when they were shaking
Look.
hands after the game, they didn't make eye contact. They're just like, I
They're
think this
just
is going to
like-
be a nice little rivalry because similar skill sets, similar body build,
different
body
age,
build?
though. I think something
build?
that will.
similar build. Yeah, you know what
I
I'm trying
think
to say,
something
similar
that
bodies.
might piss Chat off is the fact that if Victor is going to be doing better, he's going to piss him off because he's younger.
Well, and he's getting all the hype. Yeah,
And people
the
have
hype
a lot
train
of
is-
faith in him because I didn't see Chat in those NBA ratings that we saw.
No, definitely
Exactly.
not. Definitely not.
So
Chet was almost my lookout player of the year
Look,
this
look,
year,
look, it
but
was-
he here it is. Gets in there and
The headbutt.
at first
that
I thought he was
so good.
yeah, at first I thought he was flopping. I was like, didn't
Uh-uh.
even look like he made contact. So I was looking for his arm hitting him in the face, but it turned out it was the crown of his
Then the
head
free
of
throws.
his head,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
as the crown, as they say in the NBA, the crown of the helmet.
Yeah, and Chet had went back on X saying, "Oh, the headbutt is a good move." Poking
yeah.
fun at the
Yeah.
the
now,
drive.
now is that
I mean, you
is that
gotta
an
admit-
offensive foul? Making separation with your head?
That has to be.
I don't know.
You
I don't know.
can't, you
wanna-
can't do
you
that.
wanna-
That ain't illegal. This ain't football.
Yeah.
You want to apply some new rules in the NBA? We already have a lot.
Yeah, I'm down to apply some new rules. Looks like we might
Holmgren
not have
did the
time
same
for a
thing
fast
too.
break today.
Yeah,
Huh?
he got back.
I don't think we have time for our fast break segment today.
How
It's
many
already-
questions is it? 5?
I don't have that many.
We want to do like 1 or 2 right now?
Yeah, let's do that. Like real quick.
Yeah. First question is Chet versus Wemby. Who you taking? They're both going to be competing in the rookie of the year
Mhm.
vote
Rookie of the
because
year
Chet
votes,
is
yeah.
considered rookie of the
rookie.
year. I don't like that. I don't like how. Side
Wemby.
point. I don't like how
He
second
didn't,
year players.
he
could
didn't
be-
play one game though.
I don't even have to listen to the
Right?
question. It's Wemby.
It's
Yeah,
Wemby?
well, Wemby is probably the front runner. Just to be
From my
contrarian, I'm
opinion.
gonna go Chet, dude.
Okay, we'll see.
Forget it. Well,
But once
should
again, he
we put
wasn't-
something on it?
He wasn't.
Should we put some like
Put
some
bread-
like
put some bread on it.
some bread
I just
or
don't
Do
do you
think.
want to do like a like a pie to the face kind of thing?
No, absolutely not. That's-
That'd
I'm
be
confident. I'm confident in my choice.
Okay.
Wembanyama,
So I'm just
Wemby,
so we
all
have
day.
something to argue about
Yeah.
throughout the season. I'm
Okay,
going Chet.
that's
Chet's
great.
my
We're
guy
gonna
because he
have
was this close to me being the lookout player, but I went with Paolo Baccaro, my Orlando Magic. Speaking
Okay.
of teams nobody watches, okay,
Nuggets.
next one.
76ers owner went on Pat Bez's podcast talking about how James Harden is
Oh my God.
more than anyone looking to win a championship more than anybody in the league. So my question to the group would be, is there anybody in particular like that you would say like is more dedicated than James Harden or any other player
Okay,
to
so,
winning a
so
championship?
any other player, or how many dozens of players?
Any other player?
I mean, his teammate Embiid, Giannis for sure.
Yeah, Giannis for sure. I was gonna say Giannis.
Jokic,
for sure.
no, but he's still gonna win another one.
Right. Giannis. I mean, Jokic just don't care.
He don't
Like,
care. He just that
this
is
is
that
a-
good.
this is
That's why
really
I'm
a
picking
job
Jokic.
to him.
I like the I don't care attitude.
Yeah?
Exactly. That's why I'm going with Jokic.
Okay,
That's-
it looks like that's all the time we have for today.
Yeah.
here.
Okay, guys.
So-
Thank you so much
Well,
for
real,
tuning
real
in.
quick, so we're gonna
Yeah.
we have Elle coming out with the best top 10 between producer Matt and
She
myself.
still didn't answer the question.
We're gonna
I
no,
will.
she hasn't answered the question yet.
Just
We're
let me
gonna do
see.
NBA Finals matchup prediction, and we're gonna do the best starting five, basically NBA All Team.
best starting
Next
five.
week, and we
Okay.
might have a couple other
So we
things,
have a
but
lot
those
of-
are the teasers for next week.
We have a lot of exciting stuff coming up for the next week. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Another week of Dunk Discussions. Next week is going to be the last week before season starts. So just watch out for me, Matthew, and Daniel to get on each other's heads and like headbutt. Yep.
See y'all
Bye.
later.
See y'all.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when they send the payment to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly.
Welcome in here for episode 2 of Around the Bases. I'm Bruce Kuntz here with Garrett Novak, and we're ready to get things underway. We are live right now on YouTube, the 22 West Media YouTube channel if that's where you're watching. We are also live on 22westmedia.com and on 88.1 FM HD3 here in Long Beach. So this is the second episode here of Around the Bases. We're going to be on the air every week here at 3 p.m. for this October playoff run of Major League Baseball. How you feeling, Garrett, about how things have been going here in this last week?
Just first of all, big shout out to the Phillies last night for closing it out, so we didn't have to preview Game 5. We can just go straight into previewing that NLCS matchup later on in the show. So big shout out to the Phil, shout out to Harper. Way to get the job done, boys.
Kept things
Make our
clean.
job easier.
Yeah, we're ready to get right into it here with we're going to go through full recaps of all the division series from both leagues. We're going to wind up previewing the championship series from both sides and some other topics that we're going to touch on too. So make sure you stick with us. We'll be on the air here until 4 o'clock, and we're ready to get right into it, I think. So we're going to start with these division series. We'll start on the American League side with the Rangers and the Orioles. The Rangers took it in 3 easily. The Rangers haven't lost a playoff game, 5-0 here to start their October run. What did you see in that series?
I think on the surface level of that series, I think the biggest thing is that the Rangers have had some postseason performers before on their roster. They've got Seager, they've got Eovaldi, guys that have been there, Chapman too, that have felt that tension, felt that energy. They know what it's like. It seems like they've really taken points, spread that to the younger guys, and they just stayed poised all the way through and just they did their job. Yeah. The guys that have been there did their job, and if you take it at face value, it looks like it was the Orioles' first taste. All those young guys, Gunnar, Adley, first taste of the action, hadn't been there before, and they got exposed a little bit. And I kind of had a feeling when we talked about this last week that was going to happen. Yeah. And we saw it happen. They'll retool, they'll reevaluate, they'll come back next year. I think they're going to have a nice little window opening up here, especially with potentially Jackson Holiday coming up as well in the future. But they got their experience under their belt. They got blasted in 3 games. We'll see them back next year.
I think, like you said, it's an interesting dynamic to think about. That the Rangers, the franchise, they haven't been here in a little bit here, but the performers on that team, they have been. And the Rangers have built their team with guys from other organizations, guys like Corey Seager, Marcus Semien came in, and they've made some trades as well. And so they've got a bunch of guys that are veterans that have played in October before, and were able to translate it right away in that Rangers uniform. Like you said, I think that was an obvious thing that showed through. The Orioles don't have that experience, and they got lit up here. And we'll talk about that a little bit later, that it's not just the Orioles that wound up having that happen. So it's interesting to wonder whether that has more to do with the inexperience or possibly with that 5-game bye. There's plenty of factors that could have played into the Orioles' failure here, but the biggest thing for them, their pitching just fell apart. And that's something that when they look at opening day 2024, they'll have John Means back. They'll have some more experience. And this team won 101 games this year. They're not going to be going away. They've got one of the best farm systems in baseball. Like you mentioned, Jackson Holiday, the top prospect in baseball. He played in all 4 levels of the minor leagues this year and is ready to possibly make a run for the opening day roster in 2024. The Orioles have plenty of talent. They'll be back. Although this obviously wasn't the start to the window that they were looking for, they'll have plenty more chances to get this done out of that American League East. But as we keep talking about the Rangers, Corey Seager, I mean, this guy just is built for October. He showed it in 2020 when he was the best player on the planet for the Dodgers as they won that pandemic World Series. And this year now, he's already drawn 11 walks in the playoffs in 5 games. That's the best in the major leagues in the playoffs by far. Bryce Harper is next at 7. And not only has he done that, he's also he's done the damage. That's what you expect from Corey Seager. But I think that amount of walks really it gives some kind of like weight to how much the other teams don't want to pitch to Corey Seager right now. They fear him. They don't want to throw him a pitch to hit, and so they'd rather just put him on first base, kind of that Barry Bonds effect. If you look back and wonder how teams just avoided him, the same kind of thing is happening to Corey Seager right now, and it's showing through in those walks. Seager's doing great. Evan Carter has kept it up after he started on fire in the wild card round. He's still hitting. And then the big thing for the Rangers here that has been the surprise, and it stayed consistent through the division series, is their pitching. The bullpen has been good. Their starters have been good. And that was the big weakness coming into the playoffs here, that we all wondered whether the Rangers were going to be able to even get past the Rays just because of that pitching. And they've been really good, and that's without Max Scherzer. So this team, obviously, they're going to wind up playing the Astros here. That's a tough assignment, but this Rangers team, I think, has a chance to make some noise, and they've showed why so far in the playoffs.
Yeah, going back to that Corey Seager point, I mean, he had 2 walks in Game 3, 5 walks in Game 2. The Orioles definitely went for the strategy of put him on first base and see what will happen behind him, because the Rangers 3-hole, they've been mixing it around, going with Robbie Grossman. Now Mitch Garver's in that spot. He had a big 2-for-3 day. If they're getting a little bit of production out of that 3 spot, which they have been when they've been mixing and matching, I mean, they're gonna be totally fine. They can put Corey Seager on first base all day because the guys behind him are just gonna knock him in. And yeah, if you look at that rotation without Scherzer, it really comes down to what you're going to get from the 3 spot, which is either going to be Dunning or Heaney, as we saw, and Montgomery. And Montgomery's been great so far through 2 starts. He got the job done. And on the side of Eovaldi, I mean, he's shown he's just a playoff performer. He just gets it done when he got it done for the Red Sox in 18. Now he's doing it again this year. He's had 2 dominant starts, picking up 2 wins. I believe he's got a .71 ERA. I mean, Eovaldi's just going to dominate. And it really just depends on what you get from your 2 and your 3. And I think that's the scariest part, because I don't know how much I trust Jordan Montgomery outside of those first 2 starts. He's going up against a vaunted Astros offense, which is definitely going to be a little scary. And they definitely lucked out a little bit. They got 3 2/3 of 1-run ball from Heaney, another 2 innings on top from Dane Dunning. So you just combine that, 5 2/3, 2-run start. You'll take that all day out of the 3 starter.
I think something to wonder, we saw how they employed Dunning and Heaney in that division series with a little bit of a piggyback between the 2 in Game 1. I wonder, once this series is now going to be a 7-game series in the championship series, whether they're going to keep with that strategy of piggybacking those 2 guys or whether they might give each of them a start. We'll see how they handle that. I think that'll have a lot to do with whether Max Scherzer is on the roster and able to pitch, depending on whether they need a full start from each of those guys or if they can combine the 2. And I think we saw that is obviously the best strategy for them, but obviously if they need to split those 2 apart to get through it, they will. And like you said, Nate Eovaldi, I mean, in 2018, he was the best pitcher in the playoffs for the Red Sox as they won a World Series, and he just shows up when the lights are brightest. He had a terrible September. He was struggling really bad, but then you flip the calendar to October, and all of a sudden, this guy's nails. So Nate Eovaldi has been huge. Jordan Montgomery has been big for them. The Rangers acquisitions are coming through, and this team is looking like the Texas Rangers of the first couple months of the season that really looks like a serious contender right now.
Yeah, and then diving a little deeper into the actual series, if you look at believe every single series, whoever won Game 1 won the whole series. I believe that happened across the board in every matchup we've seen in the entire 2023 playoffs. We look a little deeper at Game 1. The Rangers kind of got by the skin of their teeth a little bit there at the end of it. In the 8th, they had first and second. Chapman got Santander to hit into a double play and then struck out Mountcastle to end that in the 8th when they were only up 1. And then a 9th, of course, Gunnar Henderson got thrown out at second on which was supposed to be a hit and run.
Yeah, that
but
was
I guess
brutal.
Aaron Hicks missed it.
That was brutal when that came out after the game.
Yeah, so I mean, I think Santander moves a runner over, maybe gets a knock, ties that game up. Hicks doesn't miss the hit and run. Who knows? I mean, it was the first runner. I think the 8th was a bit more of a bigger situation that got overshadowed by Hicks' mistake. But I mean, anything could have happened there. I mean, the Orioles pull Game 1 out. We're probably having a completely different series.
Totally. And I mean, that was huge for the Rangers because they were able to, like you said, Game 1, obviously massive, especially in those best-of-5 series. And they went out and they were able to beat Kyle Bradish, the ace of the Orioles staff, with Heaney and Dunning. And when it started with that, then they up 1 game, were able to send out their 2 best arms. And, it went pretty smoothly from there for Texas. So I think with that, let's move on here to the Twins-Astros series. The Astros, what can you say? They're inevitable. They're back in the American League Championship Series for the 7th straight year. The Twins showed some signs of resistance at times in this series, but just weren't able to get it done and wound up losing to Houston. Yeah,
on the side of the Twins, definitely some positives there. You went up against the playoff juggernaut of the American League. And you took a game, and considering they were 0-23 in their last 23 games going into the playoffs, and they picked up 3 wins, definitely something to hang your hat on if you're a Twins fan, Twins player. And they've got a lot of young guys. A lot of young guys on that squad. Julien, Polanco. Polanco's a little older. But then like Lewis, Kirilloff, these guys, they're all going to get more ABs under their belt, get more reps. I think the Twins definitely have something to build around, nice little core. And their pitching is fairly young as well. Pablo Lopez isn't too old. Joe Ryan's not too old. Bailey Ober's pretty young. So they've got pieces to build around. And their advantage they went into this playoffs was their starting pitching, and the Astros just completely took that advantage away.
Yeah. Pablo Lopez was the only real start that went like we kind of expected it to go. He went out and threw 7 shutout innings in Houston, and so that was impressive. But then, like you said, Sonny Gray struggled, and when they didn't have their pitching at the absolute top of their game, they weren't going to come away with that series. And one thing I think for Minnesota, this playoff run, it was just about breaking the streak. They needed to win a game, and they needed to win a series. They did that. I don't think that this team had... Obviously, they had championship aspirations. Once you're there, everybody has a chance. But the Astros were supposed to win this series. They went out and did it. And overall, Minnesota has some good things to build on here, for sure. One thing about the playoffs here so far for the Twins, their strike zone has been tough. I saw a tweet here from Pitch Profiler, and he put together a graph with run value added or lost from incorrect umpiring strike zone calls so far in the playoffs. The Twins are dead last in baseball, and it isn't really close. They so far have had, or not so far, in their run, they had negative 2.36 run value from bad calls. The next worst was Miami at negative 0.06. So the Twins, some real bad luck. The pitching wasn't able to really come through, but like you said, a lot of things to build on. They'll go into next year still in a pretty bad American League Central, and they'll be looking to win it again and maybe get a little deeper next year.
Yeah, I mean, you just take a look at that pitch profile number right there, and then you look at what the Twins actually did. They ended up going 3-3. Honestly, got to hang your hat on that. Definitely a lot to like. For the side of the Astros, though, that was just a tune-up. Nice little tune-up. Now they get to face the Rangers. The Astros, I mean, they did everything they needed to do. The pitching showed up. They got a great start from Urquidy, which really helps out that rotation. Just good stuff all around. They even got 5 shutout from Christian Javier, who had a really, really shaky second half of the season. So if you're getting those numbers, and Verlander's going to be Verlander, and Fromber had a shaky start, but I'm not scared about anything Fromber's going to give us. I'm pretty certain he'll bounce back. But if you're going 4 deep going into this 7-game series, you're definitely going to be feeling really nice, and all your bats are doing what they need to do. Everyone's healthy, no one's hurt. Astros just in a great spot, a scary spot.
It's pretty incredible to think about Houston, the way that they're able to just consistently go out and be that team that performs how they're supposed to perform. This is the 7th straight season they've gotten to the ALCS. Dusty Baker gets his guys ready and sends them out, and they do what they need to do. They get the job done. And in the current climate where we've got teams choking all over the place and finishing seasons way before they were supposed to, the Astros just managed to dodge the bullet again. And I think coming in, the Astros, they barely managed to squeak out the division this year. I think, at least me looking at this playoffs, I thought this might have been the chance to get the Astros out early when, compared to the last 7 seasons. I thought this might be the team, but no, they went out there. They're back in the ALCS. They're 4 games away from the World Series. This team's just pretty incredible, this organization, the way that they're able to go out and consistently be at the top of their game. Like you said, there just aren't concerns with their offense goes out, they score runs like they're supposed to. Their pitching staff go out, overperform in the playoffs. Christian Javier, like you said, through 5 innings, he battled. It wasn't perfect, but he just got through it. That's what you can expect from Dusty Baker's guys, and they're going into this championship series now to take on the wild card Rangers, who they were able to steal the division from. So it'll be interesting to see how that within Texas series is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, and final point about the Astros. They're all picking each other up. Throughout the season, there were ups and downs, health concerns. They had we've Dubon come in, start playing some second, putting up great numbers while Altuve was out. I mean, they're always picking each other up. Corey Yolks out and left throughout the season while Brantley was gone. Everyone's doing their job, even Diaz, the catcher. Yeah, just great stuff behind the dish, helping out Maldonado on the offensive side. And then, Neres goes out and pitches in that game 1 when they're cruising up 6-0, gives up 4 runs, but then Abreu comes in, gets you 4 outs right away, and then, give it to Presley, slam the door.
I think Abreu, he's as hittable as anybody in the playoffs right now. That's pretty huge for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're all just picking each other up.
Yeah. One thing I think that has been interesting to watch is the way Dusty Baker has handled Chas McCormick. He hasn't been in every game. I think there's a lot of people who think he should be. So it'll be interesting to see how Baker manages his center field situation here against the Rangers. But with that, we can move on to the National League side. First, we'll start talking about the Phillies and the Braves. Second straight year that these two teams met in the NLDS. Second straight year that the Phillies took it in an upset. The Braves have got to be feeling really frustrated right now, going out to a division rival back-to-back years when, especially this year, one of the best offenses in the history of Major League Baseball, really good pitching staff, and just everything fell apart. You know, what do you think they're feeling heading into the offseason, though?
Yeah, man, just Braves. Feel bad for the Braves on this one. It just goes to show that history has always proven right. It's just that it's not how good your hitting is. It's that timely hitting in the playoffs, and what matters more is your pitching showing up. And you know they got some good outings out of Strider. Nothing dominant, but he did his job in 2 games. He picked up 1 for him.
Totally.
But then the Elder and Fried not doing so hot. Soroka really didn't show us anything this year. We were hoping for a bounce back after he had a really good Cy Young potential year a couple years back. It was just unfortunate to see for the Braves that their starting pitching got so exposed as it did, and I think that's the biggest thing that management's gonna have to go in and look at is see what they can refine and retune for that starting pitching because they never really had to worry about it throughout the season is because their team was putting up 6-7 runs a game. But yeah, hopefully the offense stays together. They've got a great group and just get another season under their belt. Hopefully come back with a little more fire next year. But definitely gonna have to look at that starting rotation as it got exposed by a pretty nice Phillies lineup.
They've definitely got the pieces to. They're not going to be going anywhere. They're still going to go into 2024 as likely favorites for that NL East. But yeah, I mean it's tough to imagine. Obviously, we're going to get to the Dodgers, which might be an even tougher one to look at how just complete colossal failure this October was. But really for the Braves, it was that way too, because even the one game that they won in this series, they barely squeaked that out in the very end, and it was certainly not a comforting win for that squad. And I think one thing that was interesting to examine about this series is the way that stuff off the field seemed like it kind of took over the Braves and dominated the narrative. And a lot of that came from the Orlando Arcia incident, where after that one win that the Braves got, doubling off Bryce Harper to end the game, the reports came out of that locker room saying that Orlando Arcia was an attaboy Harper, all that kind of stuff in the locker room. And there's been a lot of controversy around the fact that that quote got out. But it really seemed like it took over what everybody was talking about, and all of a sudden the Braves weren't even focused on what was happening on the field. They were getting questions asked about that quote specifically by the media. They were there was a video that came out here yesterday in the game that the Braves got eliminated of Orlando Arcia taunting some fans behind the Braves dugout, and Ronald Acuna had to turn him around to get him to focus on the game. And it just seemed like that we took a team that won 104 games, the best record in all of baseball, one of the best offenses ever. You've got the first 40-70 season ever from Acuna. It seemed like this team was unbeatable. That was the narrative the entire season. And then you get a couple games into the playoffs, and all of a sudden we weren't even talking about what the Braves are putting on the field. And it seemed like they weren't really focused on it either. And everything just kind of fell apart from there. Have to give a lot of credit to the Phillies, obviously. They played really well, so it wasn't just about the Braves failing. It was about the Phillies prevailing, too. But Citizens Bank Park showed up again. That, I think, is the best atmosphere in October right now. It's hard to beat it. But, I don't know, man. The Braves, it's a tough situation to be in. Back-to-back years of the same opponent when you should have won both of them. You were favored to win both of them, and then you go out and drop back-to-back years. It's a tough thing to just move on from, like it didn't happen, and be completely unfazed heading into next season.
Yeah, just to add on that. I mean, first of all, an amazing play by Arcia to end that game. That was a great play, picking up that wild cutoff throw, being athletic, making the throw, sidearm over to first base. Did a great job. But, it kind of just comes down to the age-old adage, stay on us, stay on yourself. Mm-hmm. You never want to talk about the other team because that can always get out and that can always be flipped on you. And it was definitely flipped on the Braves. And, especially in this day and age, people are always going to hear something and it's always going to leak. Stuff is always going to leak regardless if it's your own clubhouse, your own team, whatever it is. Stuff gets out because that's just the nature of the multimedia landscape that we're in these days. So, hopefully RCA learns from that. But, yeah, I mean, as soon as that got out, even though the Phillies lost that game, I was like, wow, this series over. My first thought was this series is over. There's no way the Phillies going home for 2 are going to drop this series after a comment like that is made. Yeah, I mean, it was the Phillies all the way. And they dominated that game 1, took that home game away from the Braves, already took home field advantage away from them, and then they should have won the series 4-0. Yeah. Honestly, they had all 4 of those games. It was really the only bullpen blunder we saw.
They were very close to a sweep. Yeah.
In the entire playoffs was game 2 of that Braves series. But then they came back. They just started hitting bombs. Castellanos went crazy in game 3 and 4, hitting 2 bombs apiece in each game, and he took it upon himself.
He's the first player in MLB history to multi-homer game in back-to-back postseason games. Nick Castellanos, first time ever. And, yeah, we just saw that Phillies offense come in and take over. Castellanos leading the way, obviously. Bryce Harper was nails. The Phillies just look like all of a sudden they're a great team, and they're playing great baseball on both sides. The pitching with Wheeler and Nola going really well. They just look like a great team. Ranger Suarez is doing a job, although he hasn't been going deep into the games because of the matchups or whatever. He's done his job when he's been out there. So the Phillies look dangerous, and I thought one thing, it was interesting to see how the Phillies were really aggressively managing their bullpen, especially in that game last night where they wrapped it up. They sent out Alvarado and Kimbrel in the 6th and the 7th innings. They burned through their 2 best guys. And look, I understand it. I agree with it. And obviously it wound up getting them the win. But had things turned out differently, we also wound up with Matt Strahm on the mound to get the final out. That's a little shaky. So I think it's interesting not only to acknowledge how that wound up playing out, but also to think about, like, hey, maybe they either stick to that because it worked, get your best guys in there against the best moments. But it was also very close to going wrong, even with those guys in there. The play in the bottom of the 7th inning to end it with Ronald Acuna, bases loaded, and he hit the fly ball, and Rojas was able to track it down out there, a little shaky in center field, but he made the catch. And there were a couple different moments in that game last night. The Braves almost broke through, but it just felt like they were missing something. And then I also thought it was really ironic. Their final at-bat of the season came down to Vaughn Grissom, 22-year-old, only had 75 at-bats in the major leagues this year. And you're talking about the best offense ever, practically, or at least one of them. And you've got Vaughn Grissom up there with the season on the line. It's an interesting thing to look at how the heck he got to that point. And it was his first at-bat of the postseason. He wound up striking out. So I don't know. The Braves have plenty of good things moving forward, but this is going to be, obviously, last year was a tough pill to swallow for them. This is going to double down. This is going to be a really interesting offseason to watch for them and see if there's any changes. They won't need big changes because obviously they're a great team, but they're going to need to do something to kind of shake it up a little bit and restore the faith from the fans that they're not going to just run out the same product and hope it goes differently. They need to go get somebody, do something just to say, okay, we've got a different look for next year where we're going to be able to go out and beat the Phillies finally. So, yeah. Anything else to say on that series?
Yeah, I think to your point about over-managing, the reverse happened for the Braves. I mean, I think they were really over-managing that 9-hole spot, Harris's spot, when they decided to go with d'Arnaud to pinch hit. He did draw a walk. And then I didn't really love the call of putting in Nicky Lopez as the pinch runner. I mean, I knew you had to reset your defense because you had to put someone in the outfield, and you needed Lopez to go take over short because you'd taken out Arcia as well. I thought that was definitely some over-managing. I thought you should have just stuck with your guys and rolled with it rather than making all those appearances. I do like getting Rosario and AB in there. I don't know if really d'Arnaud really needed an AB. I think you could have just stuck with Harris, even though you don't want the lefty-righty matchup. But then, I mean, you get to the end of the game, and you get stuck with Grissom having to be your pinch hitter in his first postseason at bat.
That's exactly
it was either going to be him or Nicky Lopez,
yeah.
which is probably by far your 2 worst hitters on your entire team. it's a lose-lose situation regardless.
Yeah, that's definitely how, when you track back and see how you got to that position, that was some interesting moves that it did not wind up working out for Brent Snitker and his squad. But yeah, the Braves are going to have to evaluate themselves and see how good they feel about everything this offseason, and they'll go out and try and win the division again and try and make things go differently next year. They've got all the talent, just got to translate it over to the playoffs. So wrapping up here, those division series talks, we've got the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. This is the one I've been waiting to talk about.
Sound off, Bruce. I know this one hurts.
So many thoughts. This was out of all of the years consecutively that the Dodgers have made the playoffs. Obviously, they won in 2020. That's the only ring out of everything. And out of all of those playoff losses, I am confident to say this was the most embarrassing to the organization. I mean, they just went out. They didn't take a lead a single time in the series. They got just mopped by the Diamondbacks, their division rival, who finished way below them in the division, and they just got dominated. And it just seemed like just about everything went wrong, and it was on the players. I think I've seen a lot of discourse here since this series ended, blaming Dave Roberts, blaming whatever. The players just did not perform, and that showed in the starting pitching. We had 3 games, and the starting pitching only managed to combine for 4 2/3 innings, and in that span they gave up 13 earned runs. That's a 25.08 ERA. You can't win with that from your starters, and it wasn't even like one of them went out and did decently. All 3 of them just put the Dodgers behind very early, had to play from a hole, and they were done. And then the offense didn't do well either. The team collectively slashed 177, 248, 240. They scored 6 runs in 3 games, 2 runs in each. That's just not going to get it done. And so you can criticize Dave Roberts. You can do whatever. Ultimately, what was he supposed to do? When you had guys, Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman, the 2 MVP candidates on the Dodgers, and I don't mean to take away from them. They mean everything to the Dodgers. They're going to continue meaning everything to the Dodgers. They're 2 great players. But when your 2 best guys on the offensive side of the ball that have carried you to 100 wins go out and they get 1 total hit in a series, an infield single from Freddie Freeman, that was the only hit from those 2 guys. I mean, you're just not going to win that way. The whole offense, Will Smith was really the only guy who consistently went out and took good at-bats and had a good series on the offensive side of the ball. Max Muncy wasn't there. JD Martinez was okay, but not as good as he was in the regular season. And then you go all the way down the rest of the lineup. It just wasn't there. The clutch at-bats weren't there, working counts, all that kind of stuff. It just wasn't there. And so I think this is going to be an offseason to examine things for the Dodgers and wonder, what can we do to let things translate from the regular season into October smoothly? Because now you look back, there's a history here of the Dodgers being a dominant regular season team, and even this year you look at it, they weren't supposed to be as good as they were, and somehow they went out and won 100 games, and that's a credit to Dave Roberts, that's a credit to Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman, that's a credit to the organization as a whole for going out and overperforming that way. But now you've got to sit back and say, that's just not enough. You got to figure out a way to make it happen in October, because this organization has high standards, and that's the only thing that's going to cut it for the fan base. So, look, the Dodgers have an offseason here where they're going to be able to go out. They're going to compete for Shohei Ohtani, among other big names, maybe Yamamoto coming over from Japan. There's chances to add, and I think there's a lot of pressure to do so. The front office over this last offseason coming into this year, they went out, they got a few cheap veterans that wound up being really good, and then Jason Hayward was excellent. David Peralta tailed off in the second half, but he was still a big piece of the team, and Miguel Rojas, really solid piece of the team. He's back next year. Peralta probably won't be. Hayward, maybe he's a free agent. But they've got to go out, they've got to spend money like we're used to. They've got to put out a team that can get it done in the playoffs, because that's all it comes down to. The starting pitching, there's a lot of young guys there that I have faith are going to step up. The Emmett Sheehan's, Gavin Stone should have a bigger impact in the major leagues next year. But then the other young name, Ryan Pepio, where the heck was he in this series? He was the Dodgers' best starting pitcher down the stretch in late August and September. He didn't appear a single time in the series. I would have started him Game 3. I think I said that last week. He should have been out there. And then to run out Lance Lynn in Arizona, where he's susceptible to the long ball, and the D-backs hit it, 4 home runs in an inning. That's the first time in their playoff history in Arizona. I mean, it just... Nothing worked. Nothing seemed like that it went right for the Dodgers, and they're at home now after 3 games and an absolutely embarrassing playoff run.
Yeah, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but nothing really happened. The only like positive takeaway you can really say is the bullpen did great, only gave up 2 earned runs, barring Sheehan's 3, but he was basically a second starter in that first game. But yeah, they only gave up 2 runs. I think Roberts managed the bullpen well. I thought Pepio was going to come in after Lynn in Game 3. We didn't see it. But ultimately, the bullpen did their job after Lynn. Held him in Game 2 and Game 3. Both those games were winnable games. Just needed a little bit of timely hitting. For me, just my biggest takeaway is if Freeman and Mookie aren't doing anything with the roster as currently constructed and as we saw throughout the year, the offense is going to go nowhere.
Yeah.
It really all comes down to them. If they're not doing anything, then you're not going to go anywhere. And that's kind of it. On the side of the Snakes, though, props to the Snakes. They rode that momentum. They beat 2 division winners, the Brewers. They rode that momentum after that Brewer series. Came in here, all the advanced statistics, all the numbers, everything, the ERAs was all against them, and they came in and they dominated and they did what they needed to do. They've only had 1 home game so far as well, and they picked up that win as well and gave their fans 4 bombs in an inning. Big credit to Corbin Carroll. He played like an MVP. He single-handedly wins games, it seems like. Cattell Marte, those 1-2 combo at the top of the lineup are
Deadly.
what you'd expect Freeman and Mookie to be.
Exactly.
And they stole Monstar stole the energy out of Mookie and Freeman and became Mookie and Freeman and dominated at the top of the lineup. And then, Will Smith on the side of the Dodgers in the 5-hole was doing great. And so was Gabby Moreno in the 5-hole for the Snakes, and he was knocking in a whole bunch of runs. And so I was really just the Snakes just did everything they needed to do.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I just talked a lot about the Dodgers. That's coming from where I watched the series, the perspective. But, yeah, like you said, the Diamondbacks deserve all the credit. This isn't just about a Dodger collapse. It's about the Diamondbacks doing really well. They went out and just jumped on the Dodgers. I mean, they didn't wait. They put up 6 runs on Kershaw in Game 1 with 1 out. I mean, and they did similar in the next 2 games. Went out and jumped on Bobby Miller, then jumped on Lance Lynn for 4 homers. So, I mean, the offense for the Diamondbacks was ready to go. They went out and did their job, and then the pitching staff was just excellent for the Diamondbacks. Merrill Kelly didn't. He was great in Game 1. Brandon Pfaadt did his job in Game 3. And the Diamondbacks bullpen so far in this playoffs has a 1.77 ERA. That's best in the league. So, I mean, the Diamondbacks, they have the momentum, that's for sure. They've got to be feeling on top of the world heading into this championship series, and it's new territory for them. This is their first time in that championship series in a while now. So, I mean, the Diamondbacks are a young team. I don't think that they kind of came out of nowhere here. They're all of a sudden in the championship series. 2 wildcard teams taking on the Phillies, and they have a good chance here if they can go out and continue to swing the sticks like they are, be aggressive early in the game, and put some runs up against the Phillies starters. I mean, they have a serious chance here to win the pennant, and I think they're going to really be looking to take advantage of it too, because the D-backs, they're working their way up. They have a solid squad, but in that National League West, there's never any guarantees. With the Dodgers still there, with the Padres, you never know if they're going to be able to finally be what they're supposed to be next year. The Giants are always a decent organization with a chance of having a good year like they did in 2021. So that NL West it's a battle every year, and so the D-backs found themselves here in this position in the championship series, and they need to take advantage of it and go out and try and win a pennant, because you never know when the next time that they'll be here could be.
Yeah, Bruce, I do want to ask you about the Dodgers rotation. Where do you see that going next year? Because Kershaw may or may not be there. I envision at least 2 to 3 of those starting spots being taken up by a Stone, a Pepio, a Bobby Miller, a Sheehan, some combination. What do you think's the path there?
I mean, look, we're obviously going to have Bobby Miller is going to be at the top. Ryan Pepio, I think, to establish himself as a legitimate major league starter. I have really good hopes for Emmett Sheehan next year to step up and really go to the next level. He was excellent down the stretch in September, and I've really been impressed with his development as this season has gone on, adjusting to the major leagues. Gavin Stone, too, I think severely underrated right now in terms of his possible impact going forward. A lot of people who really only watched his time in the major leagues are not super high on him, and I understand that because his very beginning in the year was pretty ugly. But Stone went down, made a few different changes to his arsenal in AAA, added a cutter, changed the way that he's using his pitches, and he was excellent in Oklahoma City down the stretch there. And I have confidence in Stone with that great changeup to be a quality major leaguer, at least a number 4 starter. Or a number 5 at worst. I have confidence there, but I do think that when we look at that group right there, that's a lot of young, inexperienced arms. I would like to see the Dodgers go out, and I think they will go out and add some kind of veteran help there. A lot of that will depend on what Clayton Kershaw decides to do, and even if Kershaw does decide to come back, I think his shoulder is something to keep a serious eye on, because he went down onto the injured list with that shoulder injury mid-season this year, and obviously not a lot of information came out about the severity of it or what was going on, but he wound up just getting activated, and it seemed like, and was talked about, that he was still pitching through something. So I don't know if that shoulder is a serious problem. He might decide to just hang it up if he doesn't want to go through another full surgery and rehab, and if he does decide to come back and it's not 100%, I mean, Kershaw, if he's only throwing 89, 90 miles an hour and with shaky command like that injury was inflicting on him down the stretch, love the guy, and he still was pitching decently and managing to get outs, but that's not a guy that the Dodgers are going to be able to lean on next year if that's all they can really get from him. So I'd expect the Dodgers to be active this offseason looking for a veteran starter, kind of shore up that rotation with a little bit more experience. But you've still got Mookie and Freddie at the top of the lineup. You've got Gavin Lux coming back next year off of his ACL tear that they sure would have loved to have him in the playoffs. So they've got the roster still. I don't know what they're going to do. Max Muncy has an option, so he may or may not be back. His bat's still great, so honestly I would expect it, but his defense at third base was definitely a problem this year, and it showed itself in the playoffs, so it'll be interesting to see there. Michael Busch is ready for a major league role, so he'll either be on the opening day roster or he'll get traded. It has to be one or the other. He's a major leaguer now, so yeah, man, the Dodgers, they'll be able to get back next year, and I would expect a 100-win team again because they just go out and do it. But it seems like that there's some extra pressure mounting, especially after back-to-back years of being eliminated by a division rival in the division series. There's some serious pressure mounting on Dave Roberts and his squad to figure it out in the playoffs and at least get back to the championship series, because now they got to that NLCS against the Braves in 2021 and went down there fairly easily. The Dodgers need to go out and get another pennant because it's been since 2020 now, and it doesn't feel like that was 3 years ago, but it is now, and they've still got a championship window that's plenty open, and they need to figure out a way to get it done in the playoffs, because just meaningless division titles and all of that might mean something to other organizations. It doesn't to the Dodgers.
It'd mean a lot to an Angels fan.
The Dodgers have been there, done that. The Angels have not. But the standards here for the Dodgers, it's different, and they really need to figure this out, because I think a lot of fans were pretty embarrassed by this. I mean, we saw it with the way that people were calling for Dave Roberts' head. Obviously, that's an emotional reaction. Like you said, Dave Roberts managed a great series here. He deserves maybe he doesn't deserve credit because of the way the team played, but he doesn't deserve all the hate that he's gotten either. He managed the bullpen great. They went out and the bullpen did their job, and there's nothing Roberts could have done about Clayton Kershaw going out and giving up 6 runs while only getting an out. There's nothing for Dave Roberts to do there. So Roberts is still one of the best managers in the sport. He'll be back next year. There's no doubt about that. And the Dodgers still have plenty of talent. Like we just talked about the rotation, so we'll see what they do this offseason. But
yeah, another Titan falling, definitely opens up another discussion about this playoff format. Is it the right format? Should we keep it? Should we go back to the one-game wild card? The biggest thing everyone's talking about is 5 days off before you play a baseball game if you're one of those divisional opponents. And it didn't sink the Astros, but it sunk everyone else.
yeah,
But the Astros, they're playoff tested. It's their 7th ALCS. They're definitely a bit of an outlier. We saw it with the Braves. We saw it with the Dodgers. We saw it with the Orioles. All fell flat. All 100-win teams. I was hearing some reports. Everyone got their work in. They were doing inter squad. Seems like all the teams are doing that, getting all their work in. There's definitely not that competitive edge though. Being in that game, there's definitely something missing, and that definitely can affect you. So, Bruce, what do you think? We got to go back to a one thing playoff. 5 days too much? What's the deal?
look, I think it's a very tough discussion because on one level you got to just say, and it's what the managers have been saying, it's what the players have been saying that have been eliminated. They're not deflecting the blame to that. They're taking it on and saying, look, we just didn't perform. And I think that is ultimately what you have to recognize. But it's a fact that going out and not playing for 5 days after the end of the regular season, and then you have to play against a team that just was getting tuned up in the wild card round with the electricity of the playoffs and all of that, you're starting ice cold, and you have to go against the team that just won a playoff series. I mean, that's certainly a tough assignment, and it's been a lot of discussion around that here with 104-win Braves, 101-win Orioles, 100-win Dodgers, and the Rays in the first round. But the Rays are honestly, they're an example of why this might not be as big a discussion as we're making it, because they didn't have a break, and they still went out and flopped. Ultimately, it's playoff baseball. We know anything can happen in playoff baseball. Wildcard teams have won the World Series going back all kinds of years before this bye became a thing. So, in my opinion, I don't think the bye is an issue. I think that we've just got an instance of 3 different 100-win teams that just didn't do it this year. And it might be a factor, that bye, but ultimately it's just something teams are going to have to figure out how to get through, like the Astros have. And so there's going to be questions in those 3 locker rooms this offseason of the Braves, the Orioles, and the Dodgers of trying to analyze, okay, what are the Astros doing that we're not? And they'll be able to figure it out. And we're also pretty new in this format, so as time goes on, teams will get used to it. They'll start figuring out ways to get through it. So I wouldn't say that it's time to take that out. I think more playoff teams is ultimately a good thing for the sport, more fan bases getting a chance to see their team play in the playoffs. But it's certainly something that is worth discussing.
Yeah, I'll play devil's advocate. I'll advocate for going back to the one-game wild card. Keep the 6 teams in. Go back to the one-game wild card, so it's maybe a 3-day break, not a 5-day break. Big believer in that. Your RPMs keep humming if you go straight into that wild card series, and if you take a foot off the gas like the divisional winners did, not intentionally, of course, but definitely hard to get that engine going again. That's my take on it. But let's move back into these championship series because we got 4 teams that are looking to win it all.
Yeah, we'll start with the Rangers and the Astros here. The Astros, like we said earlier, this is their 7th straight trip to the ALCS. They're dominant. It's a yearly thing. That's an American League record, by the way, of 7 straight trips to the championship series. And now we've got a matchup staying within Texas of the Rangers and the Astros. What do you think going into this one?
I think this one's going to be a lot of fun. Rangers are hot. Astros are poised. I think poised beats hot. But, as we discuss, maybe I'll see what I think my opinion is going to be. But so far, I'm liking the Astros more just because of what I saw from Urquidy and Javier. If they can get anything similar to that production they got in games 3 and 4 against the Twins, going ahead against the Rangers and then flipping the rotation back around to Montgomery, who I still think is a bit of a question mark against the Rangers, but definitely Eovaldi. Framber and Verlander. But I really like that Astros rotation, and the bats seem a little more consistent than the Rangers. Rangers definitely thrive on that energy, and if they don't have it, they're definitely not going to be getting anything done. So far, I'm liking the Astros a little bit more. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking along the same lines. I mean, we've talked about the Rangers pitching staff was expected to be the weakness, and all of a sudden it's been a strength. And that was against the team in the Orioles that is brand new to the playoffs. all of those factors there. The Astros are a complete 180, the absolute opposite going out there. I would expect the pitching to not hold up for the Rangers here on the level that it has. Now, with that said, the Rangers are hitting really well, so that might still be enough, and especially if they're able to get Max Scherzer back, they might be able to squeak it out. I certainly don't think the Astros are way up in this series, but I do think they have the edge coming in. And on that Scherzer front, he was interviewed by Ken Rosenthal on Fox after the Rangers finished off that series against the Orioles, and he said he's in a pretty good spot. And then it came out today from the reporter Jeff Wilson that Bochy said that Scherzer threw 60 pitches on Wednesday and looked good, and that if he's on the roster, it'll be in a starting capacity. And so with that, hearing that, 60 pitches, looking good, it sounds like he's probably going to be on the roster, and that's a huge addition for that Rangers staff that now, if that winds up working out, they'll be able to run out of Eovaldi, Montgomery, and Scherzer, and then maybe in that fourth game, piggyback Dunning and Heaney like they did against the Orioles. That is a solid pitching staff there if everybody is able to hold up.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of who piggybacks who, if you get Scherzer for at least 4 innings, it helps out so much. You can throw Dunning behind him, give Heaney the game 4 start, then flip back up to the top. It helps out so much. It lengthens that rotation by a ton, and it definitely makes you feel a lot more confident if you're a Rangers fan. If it works out that way, and maybe Scherzer pitches game 3 and can squeak out 4 or 5 innings, regardless of what happens the first 2 games, if that hypothetically were to happen, I think it's a straight 50-50 of who wins this series, because that's the only edge I think the Astros have. I think they're even across the rest of the board. I think both bullpens can be shaky, can be good. It could go either way on that front, and I think the lineups are pretty even, because the Rangers are hot. The Astros are going to keep doing what they're doing. Jordan's going to keep mashing, but then Corey Seager's going to keep mashing on the other side.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to be perfectly matched if Scherzer mixes into this, and it's going to come down to those 3-4 starts, how much you can get from Scherzer, and if Urquidy and Javier can repeat what they did against the Twins.
Totally. And one note that I thought was really interesting about this series, this comes from Jay Kuda. The Rangers and the Astros, going back to 2010 when they've played head-to-head, they have split it perfectly down the middle, 106 and 106, and they've matched batting averages of 251. Not super relevant to this series, but it shows that these two teams compete with each other. They have for over a decade, and it's going to be a fun series. We've got the element of 2 Texas teams. There's not going to be a lot of travel here, and a division of the biggest state, but I don't think either team is super far ahead of the other. I give the Astros the edge because of their playoff experience and the consistency that they just always show. But I certainly wouldn't put it past the Rangers to find a way to squeak this one out if they can just ride the hot hand and keep it going. And that is what is usually most important in October. It's just interesting to wonder whether that is enough to stop the Astros and their consistent dominance.
Yeah, so with that, what's your prediction for this series?
If I had to go out, I would like Astros in 7. I think the Rangers have a chance. I think the Astros wind up winning it as of now, but I'm not super confident in that. That's just, if I had to give one, that would be what I'd give. What would you say?
Yeah, man, even while you've been talking, I've been trying to think what my prediction is. It's so tough. It's going minimum 6 games. I'd be shocked if another team blows the other one out of the water.
Agreed.
I think it's got to be a 7-game series. The Astros get that slight edge because of just being at home for that game. But then, if the Rangers have Scherzer show up in Game 3, make something happen, I think I still got to go. I think I got to go Astros in 7 as well. Right, it's too hard not to go Astros in 7, especially with that home field advantage. Altuve is probably going to hit another bomb off Chapman or something.
It's just impossible to bet against them, man.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody hates it, but we have to.
If we're wrong, we'll be happy.
Yeah, totally. We'll hopefully be able to come on here next week and say that we were both way off. So with that, we can move on to the NLCS. We've got the Diamondbacks and Phillies. This is a fun matchup here. 2 teams that obviously the Phillies were here last year, but when we looked at the playoffs, I don't think anyone really expected it to be these 2 wildcard squads here competing for a chance to go to the World Series. Like I said, the Phillies here for the second straight year. They're looking to get their second consecutive pennant. And the Phillies are red hot. They've been rolling so far. They've got a 1.53 ERA in the playoffs. That's pretty crazy. We talked about earlier, Nick Castellanos is on fire. Bryce Harper's doing really well. I think this Phillies team is looking good, but the Diamondbacks, coming off a big upset of the Dodgers, they've got a lot to play for in their own right. So how are you feeling going into this series?
My outlook going into this series is game 1-2. It's probably going to be Kelly and Gallen versus Nola and Wheeler. That's what I'm expecting. I think is what's going to be projected. I think those games, I feel like I see all 4 of those pitchers really about the same. How would you even rank them? Maybe Wheeler 1, Gallen 2, Kelly 3. And then Nola 4.
Kelly and Nola is a toss-up.
But they're all a toss-up. Gallen on his best day, I'd say Wheeler's probably the best, but Gallen can definitely outright beat him straight up. It's a complete toss-up in those first 2 games.
That's 4 aces right there.
Yeah, I see both those games ending like 3-2, something like that. Come down to the bullpen and maybe some timely hitting at the end. So for me, then you look a little more to the actual construction lineup in the bullpen. I like that D-backs bullpen in the back end with Ginkel and Seawald. They've been great. They've been locked down. Seawald's 3-4 saves already.
Yeah,
in 5 games. He's been amazing, and Ginkel's been locking it down in the 8th inning. And then if you look at the Phillies lineup, I like how they've been putting Bohm and Stott in the 4 and the 5. I like how it gives that length in the end to give you Castellanos and Realmuto in the 6-7, Marsh in the 8. It gives you nice length, but when Bohm and Stott are not producing, because if you look, I believe it was 13 combined left on base in that last game. They went, I think, 0 for 7 with 1 walk, and they had Harper and Turner on first and second nearly every time with 1 out. And they either grounded on double play, they both struck out, popped out. They were really struggling, and then you really look back and you're like, wow, I really wish I would have had Castellanos in that spot, because maybe he would have hit a bomb there, and then it wouldn't even have been a 3-1 game. We don't have to talk about bullpen management. They just blow it out of the water. So I'll be really interested to see how they keep that lineup, if they keep that 4-5, because if Bohm and Stott aren't giving you anything, it's just a hole in between your best hitters and then your second best group of hitters. And it definitely could be a big drop-off and maybe break up some of that momentum and carry through they need through that lineup. It'll be interesting to see what they do.
It's an interesting lineup construction for sure, with that breakup, like you said, of Bohm and Stott. So depending on how this series go, I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to break that up, but we'll have to see how it's going, especially in these first 2 games against Gallen and Kelly. That's going to be a real test for those 2 guys, especially Bohm with the right-on-right matchup against those 2 guys. So this series I am going to be enjoying watching. It's going to be 2 teams that are very hungry. The Phillies are looking to get back to the World Series and win it this time, and the D-backs are, like I talked about earlier, they really are needing to take advantage of this, because in the NL West you just never know when the next time they could be back here is. So the Diamondbacks are hot, the Phillies are hot. This is going to be a clash of 2 wildcard teams that are really enjoying the fact that they got this far and knocked off their division rivals in the division series. So there's a lot of similarities here between these 2 teams, and but only one of them can go to the World Series. And if we move into predictions, how are you feeling about this series?
I am going to take Brandon Pfaadt picking up a Game 7 win. I don't know why. I'm not worried about the D-backs. Like, I have questions maybe about the Rangers' playoff credibility and other teams that we've seen been knocked out. But from what I've seen in 5 games and the way the D-backs played down the stretch and how they were up and down all year, it seemed like every game was a playoff game for them throughout the whole season. And it feels like they've been there.
Yeah.
But they haven't. But it feels like they have. And Brandon Pfaadt has come out of nowhere with like a 5.6 ERA in the regular season, and now he's got should be 2 wins under his belt in the postseason. So I think Brandon Pfaadt's going to pitch Game 3. He's going to come around and pitch again for Game 4, and he's going to pick up 2 wins.
Yeah.
For absolutely no reason. He's going to be the playoff hero this year, and D-backs, the Snakes, are going to be going to the championship.
This is where we're going to have to disagree. I'm riding that Philly wave. I'm enjoying everything they've got going there in Citizens Bank. That fan base is electric. The team is electric. I don't know if you saw the video of their post-game celebration after they beat the Braves. I love everything about the Phillies right now, and I don't think that team's getting stopped. I have the Phillies going to the World Series for the 2nd straight year. I've got Phillies in 6.
Yeah, when Stubbs was in the locker room, that video of when he said F the Braves, I forget the second
He
part.
said F the Braves, and then he said F whoever we're playing next. And
And
always
always
the Mets.
F the Mets. Yeah, no, the vibes are definitely high. I don't want to count on the Phillies. I mean, they were almost there last year, dude. And they definitely could have made could have won a championship last year, and they definitely are well on their way to potentially going back this year. Got to give them a ton of credit. I just got to play devil's advocate. I really hope the Snakes make it. I hope they capitalize
It
on
would be a
what
fun-
they're running, because the Harper and that crew, they're going to be around again. All that team's pretty much signed up, and now they're bringing in some more youth. Bohm, Stott, Marsh coming up, Johan.
Yeah.
A lot of youth coming in. Suarez, he's pretty young. He's been doing really well. But the Snakes, man, I just got a feeling about them.
Yeah,
I got a
they
feeling about them this year.
They have that wild card feel of a team that is just there and is just going to be unstoppable for no reason. So totally wouldn't surprise me, but I just love everything that Philly has going right now. So I would like to see them get to the World Series for the second year and be able to take it this time, especially if the Astros get back there. Please, whoever's the National League representative, please. All right, so we're getting close to the end here. We've covered pretty much everything that we wanted to cover, but one thing real quick that came out, and there isn't a lot to talk about here, but Brandon Woodruff, the Brewers' top starter, is going to miss most, if not all, of the 2024 season with right shoulder surgery. That got announced today. That has pretty big implications on what the Brewers are going to be doing going forward. It might mean that they might not be able to trade Corbin Burns and leave that rotation completely susceptible. So that's an interesting thing to watch, and especially after Woodruff missed almost all of this season too. That's a track record that's starting to look a little bit iffy there. So I just wanted to throw that on the end here. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, I know, on the side of the Brewers, that's definitely some bleak news. Best of luck to Woodruff. Hope he comes back healthy by the end of next year, and maybe can assist in a playoff run if that's possible. But I don't like the Brewers' outlook.
No.
After this, I don't love the roster. I don't see any youth coming in to help uplift that team, pick up some more wins. I really only see like age regression from the players that are currently on that roster. I mean, I don't see Willy Adames having another breakout year, popping 35 bombs. Yelich had a nice bounce back year, but he's not at a stage where he can carry a team like Corbin Carroll can. Yeah, stuff like that.
They've got Jackson Chourio whenever he gets up to the major leagues. That should be next year. He's fantastic, but like you said, that lineup just doesn't have a lot of depth. They've got Chourio, Wilson Contreras, or William Contreras.
Completely forgot about Garrett Mitchell. I do like Garrett Mitchell. Yeah, he had that unfortunate
They've got
shoulder
some
surgery.
young guys, but I have to agree with you, because especially when you look at pitching's always been their strength, but without Woodruff, and if Corbin Burns winds up off the team via trade or via free agency after next year, I don't love that outlook there either, especially as other teams in that division are loading up. I expect the Cardinals to be a lot better, the Cubs maybe to take a step forward. So that's pretty tough news for the Brewers in terms of their ability to compete next year. So and I think with that's pretty much going to wrap us up. We'll be back on the air next week. We'll be midway through the championship series then. We'll be able to talk about all that, so make sure to join us at 3 p.m. here on YouTube if that's where you're watching, or on 22westmedia.com. So thank you for listening to our second show. Before we get out of here, just want to plug the socials. We've got 22 West LB and 22 West Sports LB on Instagram, 22 West LB on Twitter, and then my Instagram and Twitter are both bnicholas7. Garrett's Garrett_Novak on Instagram, Garrett Novak on Twitter. And with that, thank you so much for listening, and we will see you next week.
Yeah, thank you all. See you next week for the middle of Astros Rangers as well.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromise. rising, your position advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't lead trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And only you can't half do it. If we started, we don't see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is